No, the glamour. That's all I got to write. Well, I should have looked up the definition of a glamour, but you can kind of figure out, a glamour, glamorous, beauty pageants, the stage, the runway, the makeup, the lights, the behind the stage, the behind the curtain glamour. Something set up to where all you see is the beauty of it. It can be put in different terms too. Something kind of wool pulled over your eyes, something to obscure your vision, something to put a membrane over reality. I usually don't go live unless something's really gotten under my skin, like what did last time. The fact that the number of lightning bugs is decreasing everywhere worldwide. Like exponential die off. I've seen one this year so far in Cincinnati, which used to light up at night. It's freezing here, by the way, too. At night, it literally, they're saying over the weekend, there might even be a chill, which isn't extraordinarily strange for this time of year. It's just, I have a feeling that the weather isn't so much the weather anymore as we might think of the natural flow of the weather from west to east versus now pop-up storms, pop-up clouds that, huge clouds, big dark clouds that just don't move for hours. So forth and so on, Kill sky. Last Monday, I always get up really early. I get up at 6. I literally get up 6:15-ish. But I got up early. And by 6:45, there was something so incredible going on in the sky. And I could hang myself by my ears. I just did not bust out the phone because I'm a sky snob, because I've been doing this for 10 years and I only get the best of the best to the best. Whatever. We'll talk about that. I can't just say that it's in the coffee or the air. This discouraging, why should I? What's the use anyhow? It's not about social media or thumbs upsies. I do it because I enjoy it, and I just didn't. I'm like, wow, that's extraordinary. And I didn't film, and I saw myself didn'ting, which is strange, because I insist I've always existed sort of 3 sevens clashing, at least 2, or else where's the other voice coming from? Why do we almost every human, I'm not sure what the statistic is, but how many of us have a conversation with a slightly dimensional other me? uh, but I just didn't film. I had my coffee. I didn't film. I got my work clothes on. I didn't film. Brushed my teeth and got ready to roll. I grabbed my monster soda mochas and my apple and banana and at least 2 cuties and honey buns and my lunch. And walked outside, and it was still incredible. And I looked in the west. This is at sunrise, mind you. And there was this massive, burning bright red light source. And I was still not good at film. I don't know. Go ahead and write it down. 737's clash. Why not? I've been so nervous just to let myself ramble. for over a month now. Anybody who's known me knows it. Because you never see me anymore, because I'm either working or asleep or eating or kind of looking around, feeling very much in the twilight zone. Oh, I'm gonna I'm gonna talk about the biggest news right now. It's some of the biggest front page news. The burgeoning, cascading waterfall of information now coming out about UAPs, the sky, the deep oceans, the Mariana Trench, the increase in fireballs and bolides and asteroids, war and rumors of war, and the people who convince droves of young people to go on one side of a war and confront other people, and gas prices. Gas is $4.99 in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's war of attrition on the people being waged on we, the people. War of attrition. Do you know what that means? Look it up. It means that you don't have to do anything. You can whoop your opponent by wearing them down, letting them burn up their resources. We are an opponent. I don't care. After I saw with my own two eyes today gas at $4.99, I knew that the game is rigged. Hi, Heather. Hi, Small. I know that something is coming in the sky Monday morning. So I don't film. What I remembered, because I haven't been in Cincinnati in the spring, and over, I was in Colorado and Michigan and Cleveland, and I did a little, I just got out of here for a while. I've forgotten my sky. So I missed it that morning. And for the rest of the week, every morning has been blasted. The sky has been nuked. I'm not going to say by what. We all know what's going on up there. There's congressional hearings about what's being done in the skies now. What's becoming incredible that you might not hear on the media. Probably you won't. Media is very up and down. The media is very bipolar. And still very mocking about the entire topic of UAPs and stuff, even though you've got two well-known people from Capitol Hill now, Tim Burchett, and now the pretty brunette lady who's also a government official from Washington, D.C., and there's the promises from the commander-in-chief that such and such information will be displayed and disclosed to we the people. 10 years ago, we were being laughed out of our socks. Hi, John P. Happy Friday night. Hope all is well. Just stopping by. Don't forget, you're amazing. Well, thank you. So are you. So is every man, woman, and child on this planet. So I missed it Monday morning because I'm good at taking things for granted. It's part of what I don't mind talking about, is being very transparent. I used to take things for granted, and now I try not to take anything for granted when it comes to what I'm good at, which is the sky. And every man, woman, and child on the planet watches the sky. The biggest thing going on right now is the sky. All roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to the sky. Whatever's flying in and up out of it, even if it comes out of the ocean, when it comes to everything going on, it just gets overlooked. Isn't it funny? That which is so easily observed quite often gets ignored by the masses. Not by me, and not by quite a few of you, and not by more of the masses. That's what this video is going to be mostly about tonight. Your hidden talent. My hidden talent. I can juggle. Yeah, that is my hidden talent. I can juggle. I neglected that sky. I lost my calling for a moment. I abandoned my post. What are some other good ways of saying it? Hold on. I shirked my responsibilities. I mean, you name it. I dropped the ball, and I let it go by. I just watched my ship sail by. It would have been some of the most amazing footage, even through the tops of a couple of trees and, the little cul-de-sac neighborhood. Who cares? And then for the rest of the week, and I realized folks, this truly is sort of been an ongoing sort of theme for many people. We're not watching. What are some of the new fads now? You got the typical twerking and, now it's Chinese girls all doing stupid little. It's fun. The cultural exchange of, Somebody yelled at me on TikTok the other day on one of my halo videos. The halo around the sun, which is not normal. Didn't used to be there. Don't care what you say. The news now says that it's ice crystals. 4 months ago, they were saying it was hexagonally shaped ice crystal layers, but they backed up off the hexagonal part that was a little too close to the mark. And this person got on there. Point any camera at the sun, and it makes that same effect if you haven't noticed. And I was like, wah. I was like, whoa, hey, sorry, wah. That's what I say to them, wah. And then a smiley face, smiley emoji with the tears all coming out. Wah. Because no, it didn't. Wah. I quit. That's my thing for TikTok. Wah. Wah. That's my whole premise for this video tonight is it's the mainstream media now is, talk about the biggest, pitch for everything UAP to Bigfoot to fairies to the Tooth Fairy, for crying out loud. I might rock this tonight, honestly. Hi, Boston, Mike. Because they'll talk about stuff to sell newspapers, sell movies. Boy, they're selling this war. They're selling straight Sahara moose. Since when did one itty-bitty one individual canal or strait or harbor garner so much national interest? Since when did one little canal or strait or harbor or peninsula or any other such geographic location, since when did one place all of a sudden create such economic upheaval? And it is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. How long has this war been going on? 2 months now? It is just the beginning. All over the media now is the talk of the 12 scientists, and the number continues increasing. And also actors and other people who are strangely attached to a certain web going on. I haven't looked into it enough. I've been too busy working with 1 ton to 2 ton coils of steel, ranging it from 8 millimeter, just big coils, big rough, heavy coils. I would imagine they use it in construction all over the country to weld with. I tried to, it's not rebar, so they're not using it for concrete. I figure it's the steel that they use to weld as they build. I haven't Googled it yet, but I'm whooped. I've never worked so hard in my life, and I'm on the Ohio River every day, and it's select. I'm totally positioned. Hi, Charlie. Hey, hi, Tony. I'm positioned straight to where I'm just always by the elements, by the river. Not just the history, but just the elemental power of nature right now. It's speaking to all of us. I don't even have to tell you. And so it's not the sky, but it's UAPs. It's, yes, the war. I haven't even had time to research. There are natural, disastrous phenomena happening all over the world in diverse places. And everybody wants to say the only reason why anybody knows is because of more social media. Well, that may very well be, but when you put the natural element with the geopolitical, with the socioeconomic, with the sky, with all of the things that people are sensing and feeling these days, and put it all together, then nothing is coincidence these days. So many top numbers related to the ounce of a neon grain meant to decipher among tons and tons of metal ounces brushed off. You will soon be in. Yeah, I just want to get some copper. I mean, I work around so much steel that I think it drains me sometimes. I'm not sure. Steel, which transformed history itself, but we'll get into that later. Slow down, Seven. I was hanging out. I have a sponsor, a mentor, someone I look up to. And when I first kind of, moved into this men's group home for the time being, I went and looked at apartments the other day. I'm like, what? $1,300 for basically something the size of this room. I was like, have faith. Oh, have faith. Don't rush into anything. Got my car fixed, got my car back, got a great job. I'm gonna rush, hurry up and get apartment with a girlfriend, rush. Start off with a plant. Aloe vera plant. How about clean up my bed, my room here right now? I mean, I've just really been taking it easy. And I'm working so hard. I'm not sitting around watching social media all day now, trying to find the newest hot topic. I think there's a couple of hot topics. And I tried to ignore social media for a minute. And maybe that's what led me not to capture the sky on Monday morning. I'm trying to prove something to myself that I ain't got to be in the rat race. I'm posting another video. Please watch me, subscribe, and like. I don't care. You get bummed out, puke, thumbs down. That might be a little more exciting. I'm a twisted son, bitch. What Mike Tyson say? What did he say? I don't care what you talking about. I'm a dysfunctional motherfucker. I ain't seen my wife in a year. It's been months since I've seen my kids. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna box somebody. I don't care. I want to take their life. I want them to ask, Daddy, what's wrong? I want to rip somebody's throat out. I'm not in this for thumbs upsies, yo. People know I'm not too like, oh shoot, seven's on. Babe, get the lights. I'll make some popcorn real quick. Hurry up. Nah, the kids asleep. Babe, just shut the door. Baby. Here, I'm gonna walk the dog real quick. Plants have feelings, yes. Hi, Dr. Ironsight. Oh, that's what I'm talking. Oh, me and you. So my sponsor. Yeah. He ain't my sponsor no more. I'll tell you that right now. I'll find me another one. Because 4 months ago I started, I realized, okay, man, I gotta live in places, here, you take my toys, take my effects. Watch the goods, darling, watch the goods. And so he told me yesterday he's going out of town for about 2 weeks with his wife. I'm like, all right, well, my effects, please. He acted like he didn't hear from me. Today I texted him, okay, hey man, you got a couple of days before you gotta leave. My effects, sir. Today he texts me, I don't know about all that. I'm like, you ain't got to know about all that. It's called the Second Amendment, my effects. He texts me back, all right, I'll see you tonight for dinner. Then we'll go to a meeting together. We're sitting there at dinner and he's like, I did not bring your effects. I did not even go home all day. I'm thinking, he's 75 years old and you didn't have to go home all day. I've been texting you since last night. My effects. I didn't say that to him. I just played along with it because I hate being lied to, especially, when you have a mentor, you don't lie to them. So I thought, well, shoot, we're about to go to a meeting. I thought to myself during the whole meeting, so you live 15 minutes away. Why can't you say, hey, so I'm going out of town. I take it that this is important to you. We'll go back to my place, run up, say hi to the wife, grab. But he didn't. And I'm gonna tell you right now that a lot of people like us, empaths, people will just straight tell us no. They'll have something of ours and say, no, I'm not giving it back to you. Or any number of false, tricksy thinking, and it doesn't fly with people like us. We don't do it. We get held to a very strict standard, don't we? Have for a long time. Now we're at the point where we recognize that it's okay, it's good for us. We don't see other people necessarily stepping up to that challenge. And we don't want to say that people are testing us or in any way seeing what they can get by with. People are shady. It goes deeper than that, and I'll tell you why. Hi, Smoking Joe. Darth Trudeau. Hey, Sev, hope you're doing well. I just got rejected by the landlady I was supposed to rent from. Oh, dear. Yeah, that's gonna have LOL Boston. My mom used to say it like that. Best TV. Massachusetts. Stephen Doe Unmole version. No, I'm not Russian. Fact 7. And did you notice when we get assertive folks think it's the end of the world? Yeah. So I mean, early in the day, okay, we're meeting for dinner, so just bring my baby. We get to dinner, I could tell he felt stupid. He felt awkward because he paid for dinner, even though I had the money to pay for mine. Not much, but I'm doing well. I'm standing on my own, and I got it because he knew that he didn't know what he was doing. I did during the conversation say, well, obviously, you're very liberal on this topic of the Second Amendment, and he just went through a list of what he doesn't understand, what he doesn't like, what he doesn't appreciate. I'm sitting there just trying to have dinner. I even said to him, dude, can we keep this on recovery? because you are all over the place in regards to my property. You're about to be gone for 2 weeks. You know, well, why do you need that? Are you gonna be driving around? I said, no, actually, I'm gonna plant it with my other toys on the east side at my friend Barbie's house, which is 5 minutes, an hour walk from my older brother's house, an hour walk from my twin sister, my mama's house, about a 2-hour walk from my brother's house. I'm just, I've got 200 hours of tactical training, both range, moving targets, mixed martial arts, and moving targets, and indoor. I'm a lifelong member of the NRA. Paid $500 for that, by the way. I mean, I made like payments, $25 a month for a couple of years. This isn't a matter of. I live in the hood. I'm not from the hood. This is strictly me getting to my people in a lights out scenario. And he's 75. He watches the news. It's interesting how a large segment of the adult population does not watch the news so that they do not hear what's really going on in the world. They do not want to fucking know. It is really interesting. Now, you and I don't watch the news, but we stay up on everything. Even the nibbiest of you occasionally, can't help but hear what's going on with the stock market. You have your finger on the pulse. You do. Trust me. That's a whole other video. You've got some of the top scientific minds in America disappearing or being silenced. And I heard somebody in the larger, greater community mention that could just be, well, no, my community. One of you all mentioned to me on the phone that this could just be being hyped up. And that's just as terrifying as the thought of it being real. Is that now the powers that be, just hear me out, because I'm considering this, everything is being hyped up now because it sells comic books, sells movies. I'm not fooled. I saw the last little face-to-face with the president about 3 weeks ago upstairs when I got home from work one day. And he was trying to say that we're going to build the economy back on bartenders being able to keep their tips in California and firefighters getting a raise. I'm serious. And then he went on and on and on about 111, it's incredible. Today, on one of the major news outlets, I heard the huge threat now in the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian gunboats. The news lady was terrified. Oh, they can go up to 200 miles an hour. Now that's what the international community is all, American armed forces are now having to consider and consolidate and charts and graphs and pitch numbers and get maps up on the fucking wall and put little red thumbtacks that look like red little planets, little thumbtacks. Look at the strategic fucking consequences, maybe gunboats, hundreds, possibly thousands of them. Iran's got little dangerous ass little gunboats, 200 miles an hour. Fucking the pilots of the fucking things, G-forces, you get scared, you see a selfie of them. Gunboats, the Iranian Navy's down to a wave runner and a bullhorn. I like you. I'd go fishing with you. No, they got these fucking boats, but they get 200 miles an hour. Get on down the line. But U.S. Navy Coast Guard, but radar, they had oil all slicked over them. They were had a board meeting. They got to call Congress first, then approve it with Joint Chiefs of Staff. Then they got to get in touch with fucking Oompa Loompa boy over there. I'm sorry, and I'd much rather be funny than politically correct. Because I've just been thinking about how goofy this all is. When I saw the lady today getting ready for her gunboats, all prim and proper. And now Iran, and now today the U.S. military are considering the threat of the Iranian gunboat fleet that they have. Oh shit. Oh shit. And meanwhile, gas prices continue to skyrocket. Probably because Iran's massive sort of Trojan-esque fleet of gunboats gobbled up all of the gas, and now they're zipping around the Strait of Hormuz, threatening drones and news helicopters. And Seven's sensibilities. I couldn't believe it. And the bottleneck on the global economy, I thought, what the first I ever heard of the Straits of Hormuz. I mean, it's just hilarious. You know, while we're all being warned of the biggest, or it's the biggest psyop. And why do I say that? Because we're not talking, Star Trek anymore. We're not talking 30, 40 years ago, Star Wars or, Planet of the Apes. We're not talking, the intermittent sort of eye-opening, Close Encounters of the Third Kind or something. What we're seeing is a complete wash of most mediums of digital entertainment. Not most. I won't, be that ignorant. There's a lot of people watching fishing shows and sports and hunting and croqueting and ballet, and there's a lot of women watching romances and kids watching cartoons. But even in the cartoons, I mean, sure, not in the soaps, because you can't, well, you get what I'm saying. I just don't want to whitewash anything tonight. I'm so done. I've been, living with sharks. And as much as I have whined and complained about it over the last month and a half, it's been very formative for me. We are being warned because I mean, go ahead and speak from your heart, Seven. Not of just interdimensional, poltergeisty, sky falling. There's a lot of that. Quantum fields and shit. It's mainly whatever else happens. I don't give a fuck if it's the Ghostbusters, Bizarro, the Empire, and Darth, aliens, any of that shit. Doesn't make any difference. What it boils down to, and a lot of you know right where I'm going with this, is aftermath. Food and water, shelter, safety. And the only way to really procure any of that is to have half of a fucking foothold with some. It also means community, and something that I've learned living in, it's called Mount Healthy. You can look it up, Cincinnati, Ohio. Damn it, it's the hood. You know, an older gentleman told me you can't really call it the hood. The people who live there predominantly are, and I'm quoting him. An older gentleman. He said it's it's white trash, blue collar, you know, but it's the hood. And I'm gonna tell you, I have even become colder and harder. I've even thought to myself, if the world was ending, you'd come over, right? Thought shit, man. 3 days and be the most altruistic, godly, praying, God fearing, nice, gentlemanly. Oh, shall I open the door for you? The world is ending tonight. No, I promise. In 3 days, I'll be absolutely fine. 3 days coming, you ready to kill somebody over. And I'm not operating like that anymore. I can't afford to be, like I was 10 years ago. Hi, everybody, it's 7. Gym is across the street, and it was. I used to have the perfect landscaping job, and I work out and jog every Sunday, and I did. And I used to shave my chest and fucking pluck my nose hairs for crying out. I don't know. You know, I've got 3 months worth of everything that you could need because I really struggle now with shit. What I've seen in the hood. I've been back and forth in the hood for a couple of years now, and I've always been, had attachments to the West Side and the hood. And my daddy's from the South Side of Chicago. I've been on the South Side. I didn't go outside. Stayed on the porch. That's it. 59th Street, but it's in my blood. And there's plenty of loss of life over resources, which now are going to become even more scarce. $4.99 for a gallon of gas. I mean, I'm about ready to walk. Well, I mean, shit, I don't mind saying it. It's off script, but there's nothing more desperate than once a man hits 45, 46, 47 years old, all of a sudden he's going to the gym, eating green grass shots and nutrients and daily vitamins, and doing his best not to accept the fact that he's about to hit 50. I was at that very crucial point in life where I didn't want to accept that it was over. Shit. It's okay to be. What's a zaddy? Old ass. Hey, man. Shit, look. $4.99 over the Strait of Hormuz. As Trump is online a couple of, on TV a couple of days ago, mentioning how decrepit our infrastructure is. The new cat daddy is a zaddy. Well, I don't even. I mean, I shudder at the thought of, uh, just how truly ignorant I used to be to what's really important in this world. But better late than never. And just like a lot of us, don't do no big old sit there and ponder, the mistakes you've made, stuff, because the enemy wants you to do that. Today he told me, and I do believe that there's some kind of an extra um, external, energy these days, just whispering can't do's and shouldn't haves. And today I heard a voice tell me, you could have and should have made it big in music. And I was like, well, I'm going to call you the devil right now. And I'm like, look who's talking. You're the easiest, best job. You're the best singer in heaven. And you got kicked out. It's kind of hard when it's being dished out. And that's how you have to treat negativity these days. You do. Yeah. No, I know. Sometimes it's just somebody, being honest about ego, because the ego is a funny thing. Uh, I'm back where I was 10 years ago when I started this channel. When I started doing things like buying mossy oak and drab green colors. But it's easier said than done to blend in, and to be ready for what? Because for the last 2 months, honestly, I've been like, well, the skies don't look all that extraordinary. And I know it's because there's something that I talk about that not too many other people really reference. Dave Dobbs does to a degree. I don't think I have the technical, the expertise to describe it as well. But what's happening in the sky is like a hula hoop. You get a hula hoop, and you got that bad boy, bow, 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 and it's level for a little bit, bow. But then your hips get tired, and your ass get weak, and your legs get sore, and it starts to kind of wobble. But then you kind of get that last spurt of energy, and you get it back up. But then it finally starts to go down. That's what's going on the sky. Something out there is kind of on the ecliptic plane, but kind of wobbles, and there'll be a day or a week or 2 weeks where there's no obfuscation, not much, usually a day or two, not weeks. These days it's, incredible to see what's going on, but whatever's happening, it's not a constant, beautiful display of something incredible. It goes down, it goes below the ecliptic. That's why there's the Neumayer Observatory in Antarctica. It's called the Neumayer Station. It sees below the ecliptic plane. And a lot of this has to do with the ecliptic plane. What's dancing and balancing, It's interesting that our moon is the only moon out of 200 and something plus moons. I'm correcting myself. I said over 400. It's like over 200 moons in our solar system. And our moon is the only one that sits, excuse me, perfectly on the ecliptic plane and eclipses with the sun. It's incredible. The math involved is the perfection of all of this. But don't get into disclosure yet, necessarily, Sav. Talk about hiding the sky. The moon, which now is on a completely different path than it ever has been before. I don't care. You tell me. It rarely rises at night, at dusk, in the east. Rarely. Typically now, it's out in the early morning, all morning till about 1 or 2 in the south. Low to the horizon. Or, strangely enough, it'll just be up all day, come up in the east at noon, 1, 2, 3, and just slowly and be up in the sky for 14 hours. 14 hours. The devil is a liar. And I bitch slapped him with his own shit today. Be happy where you is at right now. Where you is. Where you at, where you are, how you are. I joked about it a couple of weeks ago. You know, a lot of the negativity in life comes from just external voices, demons, suggestions. You know, a couple of weeks ago, I heard something. Wouldn't you could be anybody else? Who would you be? I thought, ew. You know, I spent 50 something years learning perfecting how to wipe my own ass. What? All of a sudden being somebody else's got it? No. How they brush their teeth? I don't smell anybody else's breath. I like my blankies just the way I like my blankies. No. Different skin. You know, probably some hairy shit. No. I'll be some big hairy ass. No, I don't want to be Superman. I don't want to be Brad Pitt. No, I don't want to be Brad Pitt. I'm fine being me. Shit hurts right where I know it's going to hurt. Know what I like to eat. Got my blankie and my Lord of the Rings. No. If it simplifies things for yourself, consider. When you hear that argumentative, you know, or I love this one. You're a piece of shit. You could have done. You should have. Could have. I'm thinking to myself, what? Where do these voices come from? The fuck is it? Okay, I wasn't the best brother, father, mother, parent, anything, nothing like that. But what does that have to do with here and now? I rebuke you, and then it knows what's coming. Oh, well, you can't. It's not politically correct to use the name Jesus these days because it. I'm like, wow, you sure are pretty well informed for a voice in my head. Be you schizophrenia or imagine too much time on my hands, bitch. I rebuke you in Jesus' name. Next thing I know, 2 hours of work have gone by and I've been productive and happy and free and I've eaten an orange. Kissed my ass in Jesus' name. Anthony Spaulding. Ha! Oh no, my whole life. You know, I know I'm not alone. Shit, 10 people watching, whatever. You know, it's indicative of different dimensions, which now is all over the. Yeah, you bust out the name of Jesus, something has to run and hide, and all the religious fighting, whatever. Because sometimes I think of the Care Bears, and it puts me in a good mood. I don't care. Look at the religious rift in the world right now. Who's behind it all? Fat cats in different religions. And there's more good people than bad. I mean, I don't care. I rebuke shitty voices in my head in the name of flowers. Like some of my favorite flowers are moonflowers. Or how about peonies? I don't care. Demons don't like it when puppies are happy. Demons don't like laughter. I'll watch me some Bernie Mac and feel the Holy Spirit come on me. Bernie tell that one joke. You know, I had to go to prison one time. Went to prison. Marcelli was there. I asked him, how long you here for? Ever? You know, that's a long time when you leave the fall off that motherfucker. I was weak. I was like, Jesus, that's funny. Because there's a filter that goes up to heaven. Gators. Hey, Captain Spaulding. I'm glad you're here too. I remember what you said about when you were in the hospital and you were kind of half in and out. You had heart stuff, and you said the pictures of the superstars who you saw, you know, made a deal with the devil. That stuff is real. It's called the crossroads, man. But now Bernie Mac, Yeah. You know, it's a long time you leave a fall off that motherfucker. uh, no, so I mean the moon being out 14 hours. So I'm, I'll start to make a consistent point with this because Marlo the OG, yeah, Marlo, I love me some Marlo because even me, after 10 years of I mean, I'll admit it, it comes from my childhood because I could never do anything to let's just say change the outcome or soften the blows of life. We'll put it that way. I don't hang up. I love my parents, my childhood. I don't really like Cincinnati too terribly much. It's still severely racially divided and just a very strange place. But my family, nah. But I didn't. There wasn't much control, or so, well, and now I got control. I'm grown up, and I can have, and I've got certain rights. One of them is my Second Amendment, and I take that shit serious, and a lot of people do, and it's nobody else's business. And I've been in this men's group home now for coming on 4 months, and I've been threatened, and I've been robbed, and I don't trust people as openly and as willingly as I used to. And I'm thinking, well, hold on now. My old ass 75-year-old, 72-year-old sponsor, I've been texting him since yesterday. I mean, I've got a car. I'll come over yesterday, today. We met for dinner. We went to a meeting. You could have invited, just follow me home and grab your shit. I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks. But no. And why? Because he had control. And my whole life, I've watched this kind of shit happen to me. And I thought, damn, this isn't a bazooka. This isn't a suitcase, full of martial arts equipment. This is, so that if anything in this world goes wrong, I can get to my younger brother Lucky. I realize that is, for some reason, that Lucky's my heart. We played in the woods together as kids back in the 70s when you stayed out the house. You didn't come back in the house for nothing. What you in the house for? Gotta use the bathroom. Oh, okay. Hurry up. You know, um, him and his wife and their rescue animals and their giant tortoise, Tootsie. I didn't know that tortoises come to say hi. Now I realize I thought he was chasing me around, kind of scared me. It's a big ass tortoise. Um, and then everybody else kind of ripples out from there. My older brother, it's a small little city over on the east side. I can walk to everybody's house with whatever I would need and get there safe and sound. I'm not planning and I didn't want to be depressed during this video or bummed out or super resentful. I am. I didn't get here and just take the load of excuses that I was fed last night, today, because I realized it. I even said it during dinner. I was like, so you have real ill feelings towards the Second Amendment. You don't like any of this. And he went through his little list. I'm trying to eat. I lost my fucking appetite. And I just hear control, 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 liberal agenda, control. And I didn't think liberal agenda. I just thought he's an older man. He's kind of artsy, and he just basically said, in a nutshell, screw you. No, because of my political and social ideas and because of what I believe and because of what I hear and what's going on. I didn't hear any of it. I just thought, Jesus, dude. So I need to be gentlemanly enough to not just get up right now and walk out. I'll pay for my dinner, man. I had to. Think about this. because I'm an empath. And empaths really get put through a lot of stuff by people around us. We really do, because people will insult us, refuse to give us back property or something valuable, but then they know that we, out of politeness and decorum, will then continue to hang out with them for the rest of the night or engage with them in some social event instead of doing what they know we would like to do, which is turn ass and walk away like, thank you very much, but I'd like to leave now. People hate that shit from us. It's really weird what's going on right now socially. From academia to the media to the arts to politics to religion, we're at a crucial time right now because people like us there's a quality now that people cannot quite put their finger on. And if they can gain control, in regards to something so crucial that they can literally lock down a right or an amendment or just a preference or a desire. Mine is that I didn't have the kind of control to protect the ones that I loved when I was a kid, and I do now. And I'm good at it, and I was trained at it, and I'm safe at it. This man's ideas about the entire affair might be on a whole different page, but it doesn't make any difference because it's mine. Makes me feel safe, especially with what's going on in the news. And he couldn't play stupid about that. I mentioned the scientists. I mentioned war. I mentioned gas prices. I mentioned the statement from the commander-in-chief that the infrastructure is really getting old and quite worn down, and that there may actually be blackouts, power outages. We've been being warned about that now for a couple of years now. And other things that there was a hurricane that ran through Cincinnati, Ohio in 2012, September of 2012, that knocked out the power in most of the city major for a week. And the weather that's about to hit this world this year is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen. The droughts have already begun. The record-breaking heat has already begun. It's going to. It's just that we're due some pandemonium, and it doesn't. And people like us. And you're going to love my response, by the way, from my treatment from my sponsor, who I've been great friends with now for months, except in regards to exactly things like this. Because they're going to you're going to really start to see people who are so ingrained now in if you want to use the M word, from the movie, you can. It's even deeper. It's the social mesh that has us all bound together now, which the aspect of the news has been downplaying, if not ridiculing, people like me, people like many of you, communities, families, churches, institutions have all very much looked down on it and ridiculed and mocked and belittled and besmirched people who I call sky watchers, which doesn't necessarily just entail watching the sky and seeing if there's any anomalies, which there are every day now, but also paying attention to the geopolitical, to the socioeconomic, to the religious, to trends in media and in entertainment. Because everybody in media and entertainment Fucking everybody. Minus ballerinas and the Olympics, ice skating, is talking about UFOs, portals, extra dimensions, not knowing what the fuck is going on in the sky, not knowing what government you can really trust anymore, not knowing what is coming in reference to AI. People are afraid to know this stuff. People literally, Siri, do not play anything except Sports Channel. I mean, I know people like that. Trust me, I know people who have a specialist come if they're not technically savvy like me. I suck at programming shit and stuff. Siri, you know, hi, my name is Seven. Yeah, no, I need a tech person to come over and make sure that none of my TVs or appliances or radios, nothing at all picks up anything about space, aliens, war, politics, Wall Street, the black market. I don't want to know anything about anything except for sports. Not Discovery Channel, not History Channel, nothing. Nothing fucking apocalyptic, nothing out of the ordinary. And I always say, can you blame people? I cannot blame people. I don't blame people at all. I don't blame people at all. I mean, the world has made it its job to ignore people like you and I, to scoff in our faces, to mock us behind our backs, to roll their fucking eyes. And now, not one thing, not two or three fucking things, but everything that people like you and I have been talking about, for as long as you've been talking about it, is front page news. Is selling movies, selling t-shirts, selling looks, selling fashion, selling ideas. I just want to watch Sesame Street, Zoom, and Electric Company and live on a beach. Billy spreads little truth with big lies. I don't mean this to be a rude, but you were made to live in New York. Well, you know, my mama told me, I mean, I'm mixed. I'm made to be everywhere. My mama told me, boy, if you could be quiet and put on a white turban, you could go anywhere in the world and fit right in. So thank you, because I'm an international kind of guy with a big Cincinnati mercurial, strange. Oh no, don't delete Seven. Um, I mean, there's a quality to people like you and I. And I do call us a community. I do call us a special, unique culmination of obscene curiosity. That's what we are. I've thought about it. We are the curiousest people on the planet. That's it. That's all there is to it. There's no special magic. We want to fucking know everything. Ambiguous. I love words like ambiguous. Let me write that down. What does that mean? It's just a big, juicy fuck of a word. It really is. Ambiguous. You. That's a big, juicy mouthful of a son of a bitch word. I mean, I dare not even talk about anything that I used to talk about, any of this stuff anymore. You know, try not to look up too much, because I always know what's going to be up there. No, it's a curiosity bordering on profane. What the fuck? Because we are people. I mean, people like us. see in a slightly broader width of the electromagnetic, the spectrum, if you will. Some of us see and sound and hear and color. And I'm not making that up. And that is coming out now too. The ability and hyper senses of people, acute empathy, precognizance, astral projection. I'm very careful, which is one of the reasons why I think that I'm, kept in a careful little spot, is that I don't believe I've ever astral projected. Something comes to me. I've never remote viewed. Something comes and snatches my ass up. I insist that if there's any quantum entanglement happening from anything out there with us, we're probably the fulcrum. We're probably the conduit. Um, um, and people are starting to notice. Quantum entanglement. Because I am really exercising on myself, not trying to, for instance, uh, man, I should have left the house. I don't do the other voice. I don't do the other voice stuff. If I just gotten out the shit, I forgot my honey buns. Man, if I didn't messed up my life, I don't do none of that anymore. Because the great accuser, or voices, or anxiety, all that's no, I don't care. I mean, I haven't done the reports. I'm no doctor or psychologist, but most people hear themselves putting themselves down. Man, I don't have time for that, because I notice that there's an interplay now, possibly dimensionally, between me and another version of myself, or me and voices or energies or demons or jinn that want to cloak themselves with my voice, my ideas. So I'm able to peep that. Then they can't necessarily use my voice, my ideas. So they can't necessarily prove to me that they're attached to me and that it is just a repetition of stupid, wasteless, mindful thoughts after I've had my coffee and my morning donut. It is something possibly external. Possibly. I'm able to call it that. You're external. You're using yesterday's old news and old life experiences that I've already learned from. You're not me. This is not an extension of my subconscious. And I can move on wondering why the confusion, why the distraction. And all of a sudden, my mind is free. And 2 hours go by and I've finished my lunch and my beverage, and and I'm getting ready to move on to the next fantastic project of the day. And I start wondering about how the media is making sure that we're learning about things like quantum entanglement. Tell me something is not afoot when every other movie is about particle colliders, and every other movie is doubled up on old movies about stargates and and the theory of relativity and Schrodinger's such and such, and Mobius strips. Why? I mean, my goodness, if you just turn your shit on and don't even watch nothing but just listen by osmosis, you'll figure out the beginner's quantum mechanics just from turning on fucking Sesame Street these days. That's why you have to observe your thoughts. Yeah. Hi, Hank McGurk, what's up? What better way than that to make what better way than that than to make reason? They will want people skilled. 3 forges. Ooh. Do I think it's possible to build a forge? Yeah. And honestly, when you do, I'm so getting in my car, saving up money for a month, and coming to live with you. That's it. Am I going senile? Yeah, I saw a picture of your mom, and I've been just, I mean, like not right ever since. It was horrible. Your mom and I think it was you. I had to double check real quick and make sure it wasn't a baby penguin or some kind of a strange beaver, like something covered in a lot of hair with. People quite opposite. Hi, Hank. Yeah, Hank. It's good. It's good to be here. Um, Now, no, I'm not saying that if you're a sky watcher, that people are going to be walking around checking out the back of your ears or anything. I'm just saying, I love you too. I'm just saying that if you exhibit any of the hallmark telltale signs of really being a prepper, really actually knowing that at some point everything could go down and the electric goes off. I've lived through power outages before, lots of them, and they're no fun. One that might extend more than a couple of days or a couple of weeks. You know, I just want to make it to my younger brother's house. That's it. I don't give a fuck about aliens or, invasions from other countries. That is all the biggest nonsense. Well, I mean, trolls come here. I don't know why they do it. They're just totally, totally lining up for a straight up, throttle, a thrashing. It's sort of like being caned in Cambodia or something. I don't know. This sort of masochistic sort of trial that they choose to go through. I don't know really. It's sort of a test of bravery to see if they can sort of survive a round with the captain. Most of them walk away with missing appendages of one sort or another. But you have to cheer them on, really. It's the bravest of trolls. They present themselves, guns loaded, nasty little statement, fired off, quite content and proud of themselves. They sit back, take a sip off of their chocolate milk that their grandmother just prepared for them. You smirk at her rudely because she forgot the marshmallows, orders her off to go get more. In the meantime, comes back and sees that I have met the challenge full force, of course. Incels. Wait, I forget what that means. Insecure dude wearing a Celtic dress or something. It's an incel. Internet. Oh, yeah, forced to be celibate, but on the internet trying to act like they're not. Involuntary. I thought it was internet. That's even worse. Involuntary. Oh, that's funny. That's funny shit. Are you senile? My goodness. Oh, are you jealous? Involuntary celibate. Shame on all of us. We shouldn't be talking about people like that. Nah, the way that I left it tonight with my old buddy, you know, after showing, my consummate appreciation, I got home and I thought how powerless I feel and how he really bullshitted me. Since early yesterday afternoon, I've been like, yo, anytime, I'll stop by. Yo, we're meeting tonight. Let's, it's easy. It's like handing over a box of cards or a pack of cigarettes to someone, and to need to be a drama queen about it and treat me. It's just strange. It is part of what I call the convergence negative. Treat me like a 5-year-old, who needs a signature from my fucking teacher and my principal and my mommy, that I'm ready to take on the responsibility of being handed over my deck of cards or some shit. And to sit there and just to think, damn, so I live in a house full of idiots and men walking around banging their heads up against the wall, or, I'm exaggerating to a degree, not, people getting out of prison for 16 years and wondering, how they're going to not kill me because I showed up at a meeting on time or something. I'm kind of this ambiguous mystery that can't be trusted with the accoutrements of adulthood. It's funny. I texted the man earlier today. I said, okay, well, you're not going to allow me my possessions? That's your choice. And there's nothing I can do about it. Then came the text, well, let's go ahead and meet for dinner tonight then, because you're my sponsee and I want to check up on you to check up on myself. And I thought, okay, bring my Bursa then, please. No big deal. And he didn't. Why invite me to dinner? And that is how I'm getting used to normies in this world. It's really interesting how Amy, I can't help it. I'm smitten by her. Amy Eskridge. I don't know what really happened. I don't know if these people are just really going dark. I've heard that possibility. These people aren't even really being they're going underground. I'm not sure. But she said that she didn't even mess with normies anymore. Didn't date them. Knew better. And I'm no PhD. I'm no scientist. I'm not studying anything particularly earth-shattering or earth-changing in this world. But I recognize that normies, true normies, especially a 70-something-year-old, super liberal man, is going to actually act stupid, just like these fools in this house act sometimes. Let's just say for the sake of fairness that I've acted foolish like that before at times. But my IQ is just rising to a new level. It's called State of the Nibi Address for a reason. It doesn't have to be a necessarily Planet X or Planet 9 or Nibiru or Nemesis or any, anything else. It can just be a mindset that we have to be badass, dimensionally minded warrior nuns and warrior priests. warrior nuns and warrior monks. Igbo game. I need Digbo and Shayo. So I just, once I got home and realized it was kind of a double whammy. Let's go to dinner. No, I still didn't bring her stuff. I spent all day out. I thought, so it's dark. Is it, your old ass been out since what, 9 this morning? And it's dark and you couldn't. And I thought, wow, you can't even lube me up a little bit. You just raw dog it, huh? We're going to go to a meeting. You can't mention, by the way, I've had an hour and a half to think about this, Seven. You can follow me back to the crib. Is there something you don't want me to see there? Not want me to see your wife? Is my peace really even there? Because I've been living in the hood now with criminals and crooks and ex-felons. Couldn't say it. What's to stop something like this? Because I can call the police right now. I alluded to that earlier. I said it's illegal to keep somebody from their property. Like, no, let's go have dinner. So this was my text when I got home after I calmed down. Because I realized I had one of two choices. One was to feel, yet again, belittled, lied to, and basically told no. I don't like what this is for in this country, and I don't understand. I like you. I trust you. I know that you're not. But I'm going out of town for 2 weeks, and I was out of the house all day today. Because I know if I'd said to him tonight, well, how about if I come home with you? You're going to be out of town for 2 weeks. I've kind of tried to explain this to you. My friend, this is not personal. It's not politics. I told you 2 hours ago, I don't care about your political viewpoints on this. This is, my security of knowing that if anything ever happened in this world, I could make it to my brother and my other brother and then my twin and my mom, with many of the threats that I come into contact with day in and day out now in the fucking hood. You don't need the end of the world to see what assholes people are now, okay? All right, so let's just cut through this shit. You ain't that old. I thought about texting him once I got home and saying, so when does your bus leave, the Greyhound bus, right? When? Because I will meet your ass there. But I thought, no, because you're going to suck it up. You're going to be quiet. You're going to go to bed tonight, not able to sleep till about 3 in the morning because you're going to be like, once again, just like all through my life, I've had somebody stand up in my face and say, no, because my way will be better for you. Even though he knows in the back of his mind that he had to bullshit me a couple of times over the last 48 hours. So how am I going to go to sleep tonight with myself knowing that I'd allowed somebody to spit in my eye and call it rain? So I texted him and said, look, I'll tell you what, call me as soon as you get back in town. I'll call you, but now I'm going to block you. Because there's no reason why anybody needs to double check my, the credential of my maturity and rights when it has nothing to do really with me. This is you proving a point of control and power. And that was it. And then I thought, well, shit, I've been planning on going live since this afternoon, but now I don't want to. Somebody referenced up here how hard I've worked at all of this my whole life. How hard you got to work and save up to train on Second Amendment specialty, to maintain them, to hold on to them all these years, to have made it through multiple states and multiple situations where I kept them safe and secret and dry and clean. And to know that through all of this, all these years, with all that I've made it through, some old liberal man with his panties in a bunch about the Second Amendment went ahead and said to me tonight, in all confidence of knowing that Seven's a nice guy. That's something that people really know about mixed people and take advantage about us, is that we're fucking nice. We have to be. Even though every mixed person in the world has got a go off in them that they've been storing up and that they've been bottling up their whole lives. People know that too. But people really do take advantage of, well, shit. You know, Seven's going to be nice. He's a nice guy. He's not going to, well, push the envelope. Well, I didn't. And, during the next 2 weeks, do I think that the end of the world is coming? No, I don't. I've never, ever been a fear-mongering, end of the world, fear porn pusher. I haven't. Most indications that I've seen in the astral plane is that at some point in the future, the rivers do change. They just do. And there's not a lot of airplanes or traffic or any kind of mechanized. I've been there in the future a couple times. Everybody walks around in small packs. Everybody's dressed in drab clothes, has backpack on with some kind of a container for water and a little something to nibble off of, and everybody's foraging. I've seen that. Could it just have been a dream or an extension of my own psyche and imagination? Is it an offshoot of a potential, future? Of course it is, but it's not set in stone. I don't do that. What I do like set in stone is my feet on the ground underneath me with my effects strapped solidly, squarely to my ass so I can get to my family. That's not a lot to ask. And I will not make the mistake of allowing that to happen again. I could run to my best friend, Barbie. She's over on the other side of town. But that's not my baby, though. Why? I haven't spoken about this for months. Why? Why all of a sudden do I feel, another sort of burst of something is getting really weird out here? Well, look at the news. This isn't just some random pack of people on some hiking trip that went missing. It's people with top clearance who have knowledge of forget nuclear technologies, technologies in reference to anti-gravity, the multiverse, probably in terms of visitations from ultra terrestrials, not extraterrestrials, meaning from outside, but ultra terrestrials, meaning potentially us from the future. That's the talk going around right now in the upper rooms of the military and the government. It's not a lot to ask at all. Not being mixed is it adds so many more variables. It makes for a more dimensional aspect to life. It really does. It's super exciting and invigorating on one hand, but on the other hand, it's like being perforated, or very porous. Because any other man last night would have told my sponsor, yo, look, But I did. I told him, I don't care. I'm going to hate every bit of these next 14, 15 days. And it's just completely inconsiderate of him to allow his politics to come into my life. You know, he's old enough to where, and he's going to Milwaukee, so he's going to be gone. You know, any number of things could have happened. But he's got that liberal mindset to where I am not allowed to exercise my freedom to protect myself, to navigate, you know, safely, honestly. That's it. I can't mean anything I'm talking about in reference to these scientists. You know, I mean, their connections, a lot of them goes to Los Alamos, a lot of their connections, it's all kind of interconnected. It goes back to Area 51, to Wright-Patterson Air Force, an hour and a half away. Um, Again, you know, I think that uh, Amy Eskridge, I mean, what a face for the fact that everybody is talking about quantum physics and aliens and the unknown and paranormal. You know, isn't some old wizened J.R.R. Tolkien having, you know, old bushy eyebrow, you know, or some witch living in the, you know, the mountains all alone somewhere surrounded by crystals and cats and a crow looking into a crystal fucking ball. You know, this stuff is the front page news. And you know about it. People are hearing about it, but they don't want to connect the dots. So people are going to be watching you and me. It's in people's subconscious now. They're not going to be doing anything active. They're not going to be videotaping the sky, researching and taking up tallies of, you know, of any import of anything. They're not going to be studying the solar system or ancient history. You know, they're not going to be, you know, stashing up anything from fishing hooks to ordnance to camping gear. They're not going to be rolling up coils of rope and figuring how to tie. None of that shit. You're going to be looked at as strange for that, even though it's in back of people's subconscious that this kind of stuff is on it. Wow, what are you doing? I'm fucking getting ready to survive, bitch. What do you mean? It's not some fucking rocket science. It's mossy oak. It's fucking what if shit goes south for a couple of weeks in the cities. It's fucking 2026. It's not about Nibiru and the fact that some of us see in the astral plane together and fucking kumbaya. None of that shit. I want to survive. Fucking YouTube. TikTok, I quit. You know, and people want to, who want to act like every survivalist or skywatcher or person who's interested in quantum physics or anything, you know, is strange or you know, I mean, I come from a bunch of fucking liberals. Everybody in my family thinks that I'm nuts. I mean, not everybody. My younger brother, he knows about the Anunnaki now. He knows about the Dogon people of Mali, Africa, who have known about Sirius A and B for generations. He watches, he pays attention. My nephew, he calls, he watches these videos. He doesn't always comment. I have a few other family members who I don't talk about any of this with anybody, not even my brother or my nephew. I let them talk. But there's not anything too abnormal or unusual now to be a little bit versed in what the ancient world used to say about visitors from the sky, what Scripture has to say about it, the book of Revelation or something, and to, in a way, be ready if gas prices continue to go up and up and up. And food prices. I mean, I got like 4 Granny Smith apples the other day, and it was like $6, $7. I was like, what the fuck is going on? The healthiest shit to eat. And we're being warned. Or, like I said before, everything's just a huge psyop right now. But I don't think so. Jesus warned that many just won't care. Yeah. Hi, let us fill heaven. Can we discuss the fractals universe, how the photos wraps into the fractals, which also controls gravity by following the photon? God, the light particle that dictates time and space. Well, I know what you're talking about, and so much geometry in reference to the drawn, you know, pictograph and what can be done with math. It's the kaleidoscope. It's the cube. It's the tesseract. But I know what you're talking about. The photo of angel wings all spread out, and it just continues to go increasingly inwards or increasingly outwards. I call it the kaleidoscope, a perfect geometry. And it happened when you were kids. It happened when we were kids. Does it happen much now? Maybe, maybe not. But it would happen when you'd get real sleepy and you'd rub your eyes. You'd see a big old kaleidoscope, a big old portal, a big CERN gate. It's in all of us. It's in all of our psyches. Are you in some way referencing the simulated universe to a degree? I'm not sure. I used to be the biggest non-believer of any kind of a concept of a simulation, a binary code, ones and zeros. Now, since I have black cat moments all the time, the same butterfly will fly by twice, and it does purr type shit. Synchronicities, seven, seven being everywhere, or 1111, and not just number sequences, but thinking about someone and seeing their name splashed across a giant billboard. Sort of a self-induced Mandela effect, but in the opposite. Those kind of things are beginning to happen around a lot of us. I don't care. Soon enough, that'll be in the news. Hi, everybody. It's, Spank Monkey from Channel 8 News, and tonight we're discussing the fact that some scientists think that, that they're already doing all that right now. And is it to sell books and sell newspapers and sell Netflix, or is there a deeper agenda going on? Yeah, I even used to want to just go, go south on the name Satan. Is that King James? Is that created during the Middle Ages? But it turns out that the name Satan is from ancient Sumeria. The concept of jinn and evil spirits and naysaying little whispering voices, that truly, honestly do wait for you to get hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. They really do. It's a song as old as time. This has been with us forever. There are a lot of channels out now that are coming out openly discussing the concept of evil, which all people seem to struggle with at times. Be it from a white lie to Grand Theft Auto and everything in fucking between. Why this element of a shitty attitude or a bad mood or looking down or wishing ill on someone. These are all groundbreaking concepts. Sumerian half-breed kings loved their fallen angels. Baal, Malak. Baal, well, that's why there's so many ball games. Constantly hearing ball games. Yeah. They do flyover, which is not to remind us of how those two jets would look flying over the enemy. Jets would fly over to remind us that they're controlling us. Armies aren't built necessarily to protect their country's citizens. Armies are built and grown to control their citizens. That's why I'm just ready to puke at my sponsor, well, my ex-sponsor as of tonight, needing to implement such control over my life with his liberal, anti-Second Amendment, very feeble, weak, lack of sincerely wanting to control anything maybe in his life, but hell no if I'm going to try to do it in mine. So for the next 14 days, he gets to exercise that control over my life from Milwaukee. And I can take solace in the fact that I let him know, because he knows it right now, that he's blocked on my phone. I don't want to fucking hear from him until he gets back. I can get my shit and move on with my life. In the meantime, I can go get a bigger toy tomorrow if I want to. Which I don't. But still, it's why I'm doing this video tonight, because it's going to begin to creep in when people who are informed but who are still deeply embedded in the status quo, and what they're going to do with people like us, who are going to continue to always be on the back burner, always in the peripheral. For years and years, people have thought that we were kind of strange or off kilter, but now you're going to be on their mind more, which is going to lead to quantum entanglement. Which today and yesterday, what I'm being shown is that a lot of people are truly going to choose to stay asleep. Even to the point where if the lights all go out and, things and the entire paradigm shifts to any major degree, any major fucking shift, the grid going down, any number of possible scenarios that now aren't just fucking science fiction anymore, but true possible scenarios that are looming and drawing closer and closer every day. And there's going to be a couple of people to varying degrees that I'm not talking about are strapped down with bulletproof and fucking mossy oak earbuds in. I'm talking about with a mindset of survival. And that is frowned upon. That's looked down upon by your average sheep in society these days. Not necessarily living in the Montana or such. I'm not talking about communities of people who built themselves up. I'm just talking about, in a part of the city where in my opinion, because I've done it. If you've lived in the city, but you've been poor or homeless or broke, then a backpack with some water and food in it will sustain you for days, weeks. You got a bed and a pillow and all rolled up and shit. You can carry your life on your back and survive. And to have these kind of conversations, not a big channel, I've been hunting my whole life, and I have, antlers and stuff on the wall, and if there's a shit hits the fan scenario, no, I'm just talking about, day-to-day survival, and a modicum of control over one's own personal safety. And a lot of people are just going to be straight up soft. And when they see you, not necessarily being all hard, like I'm saying, bulletproof vest and all day, every day you got on camo, but just being of a mindset, to be like a walking razor. There isn't even, in my opinion, there's not even a politically correct way to describe them, other than fearful, but trying to play it off like they're not fearful and like you got a problem for being ready for anything. I take issue with that. I'm offended by it. Yeah. I'm getting somewhere, by the way, with this video tonight, folks. Because look, I've had a hard life, and whatever, things come, things go. Everybody has their ups and downs, but it would be just my luck. Hi, Hopkinson. It would be just my luck here in this very strange little town that something extreme would happen. It would just be my luck. Like how Shem, son of Noah, probably married a pagan wife, brought pagan gods on the ark, and Shem and his wife created Babylonia. Fearful, exactly. Yep, we got a problem. Back asswards, not even ass backwards. I know. It's incredible. Because it would be just my luck. I mean, like I said, I've been exercising a modicum of not just self-control. Well, thank you, Hopkinson. Not just self-control, but I've gotten, I'm aware that maybe I jump at shadows too much. Life goes on. Been doing this for 10 years. Sure, there are extremes happening all over the place. Strange chemical explosions and weather patterns and, as we discussed earlier, armed conflicts. And, but my life, my family, everybody's okay. Maybe it's time for me to focus, not pay so much attention to the sky, buckle down, not pander so much to uncertainty and, which leads to fear, and fear leads to anger leads to, fuck all that. Sit down and just chill out. Get ready, look for an apartment, give me a big screen TV, and, start watching Law and Order. Fuck, I don't know. And all of a sudden Monday morning comes and I see that sky. And then all week I'm hearing about all these scientists. And then I'm noticing, that there's an increase in all kinds of different things, like gas goes up to $5 a gallon in Cincinnati, Ohio. And things are changing quickly. Things of great import, by the way. How Nimrod is the son of Ham and son of Noah. How Noah's two children went out to build kingdoms for Baal and Moloch, and his one son was righteous. Well, you can say Baal, Moloch, they're everywhere these days, contemporarily speaking. You know, um, I mean, the warning signs are everywhere. And how, and yeah, I mean, again, one of the basis of the video, how it's a crime. Thank you, lettuce. Phil, I've seen heaven a couple times too, by the way. The flowers there grow, visibly grow, and also I think talk or sing. It's actually slightly unnerving. But we are going to fill heaven. We are, totally. People have asked me certain questions that I hadn't even thought of too. The one person asked me if I'd seen any children there. And honestly, I hadn't. I don't. Casimira. Yeah, something is really changing really quick. And it's a crime. Maybe because it's too cool. Maybe because it's too unpredictable. Maybe because it's too spontaneous. Maybe because it harkens back to the time where, excuse me, where people were more tribal, more independent, more in touch with nature, more willing to literally leap over the edge into the unknown with some awareness that there might be a fight than necessarily just to sit in one spot hoping that help will come. And we're just, hey, my family has always been ahead of its time. My mom and my dad were both ahead of the time. A black man and a white woman playing music together back in the late 60s. Unheard of. They did it though. And so much of the music and creativity of my family, I'm just way ahead of my time. Not that there aren't prepper communities that have been prepping. Not that there aren't prepper communities that know about the astral plane or possibly the Anunnaki or Nibiru. And we'll talk about that in a minute, by the way. Wait until disclosure comes, if it ever really comes. And there's already a kind of disclosure coming now because the UAP community, the ancient alien community, everybody now is continuing. Are we being listened to more? No, not necessarily by the mainstream. They're regurgitating and repeating a lot of information and so forth and so on. Are people necessarily taking us seriously or anything? Well, no, who cares? It's just that we are compiling more information together on a global scale. Huge amounts of people who've witnessed UFOs or personally experiencing close encounters of the third kind or the second or the first kind or fourth kind or the metaphysical aspect of society, archaeological discoveries of giants and so forth, along with the advent of quantum intelligence, all at the same time. So that's the added burden, in my opinion, of being a sleepy one, much less actively opposing someone who is not being a sleepy one. But to consider all of this right now to just be one big coincidence and to be slightly politically annoyed at your buddy there for not just believing in aliens or having a stash of raviolis. It's a lot of raviolis. You can use so much raviolis and bottled water for, but to actually be participating in Second Amendment. I have to think about that. I have to take some personal ownership for you over your life in regards to, because that's, you know. And I'm not even outspoken about this stuff. None of you have heard me say anything about any of this for months. But here I am, face to face, literally, with the fact that if you do some shit like this now in the city, people are going to look at you like, whoa, 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 whoa. You okay? What you talking about? Am I okay? What's wrong? You ever seen Mossy Oak before? Oh, shit. The emasculation of the Western world. It really is. I've been saying this for 10 years. Take away a man's manliness. Take away his gumption. Take away his spontaneity or his rights. Shit, that missing dude from Wright-Patterson Air Force, that old general dude went missing. At least he was able to go out with his toy. I feel naked. And that's some bullshit. I don't know what I am, folks, by the way. I really don't. An ambiguous anomaly. I just, I am an anomaly. I am. I'm an anomaly. My mind and my heart are constantly on the sky. And I talk about stuff like quantum physics. Or gas prices. And I don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. Now I don't talk about any of that stuff. And you don't have to. I wrote it down. Dare not even talk about any of it. Because people are hearing it and not even wanting to. So if they even get it must be an olfactory thing. We must be letting off some kind of a scent that we're consciously unaware of, that just reeks of Skywatcher or a prayer warrior or, being aware of potentially existing in the biggest psyop of human history. God bless all of you. May the blood of Jesus cover you. Thank you. And the body of Christ guide you. May the fire of the Holy Spirit embolden you to serve your community. I love you and God bless. That's impressive. Being able to put into words that kind of sentiment. That's powerful. That's hot, hot, hot. And that's what makes you all so much fun. And that's what I was saying. I'm a vibration. I'm a tone. I'm a frequency. It's probably the voice. And it creates rifts. My voice is like a fucking log splitter. Not so much a saw or, a sharp blade. It's more of a log splitter. It's by, just a constant building up of force in one kind of fulcrum area that ends up splitting wood, splitting people's heads. I mean, you all know that for two months now, I've practically been non-existent on YouTube. Why? Because I lived with one guy in particular who was here in this house for about a month, who I also work with, who was openly aggressive to me. Done a long time in prison. He calls it jail. And one of them dudes always, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You feel me? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Bitches, hoes, you know what I'm saying? You dude on the street, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I used to split motherfuckers with, One of them dudes is always, always moving his hands because he knows that keeps people and animals and fucking kids and cops. Everybody's afraid. Somebody's always, you know what I'm saying? I had to live with that and then go work with him every day and come back here. And he'd be prison parenting upstairs in the kitchen. Seven, dude, you know what I'm saying? Gets on my nerves, man. You know what I'm saying? The other day, you know what I'm saying? He was over hanging out with the boss. I think he's a snitch, you know what I mean? I said we vote him out. I was thinking to myself, I'm the one person out of all of them who has never been to prison. Would like to help any of them if I could. What's wrong here? Now, dude moved out because he met some girl on Facebook, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go hook up with her tonight. He said, yeah, no, she got 2 kids. They in their 20s and all, but comes back the next day. Man, one of them kids stole my wallet, you know what I'm saying? My Cashapp, everything was on there. Yo, you know what I'm saying? But, yo, man, I'm still, I didn't make it to work. You know what I'm saying? So you a punk, man. I can't stand you. Finally, I just lost my shit. I was like, dude, you prison parrot. You sound like you're still in jail. Would you shut up? What do you want to get in a fight right now? To prove who's more manly? And we're both rolling in the dirt, get kicked out of this house, and we both guess where we get to go tonight? County lockup. You're looking forward to that, aren't you? We get to go to county lockup, lose our houses. We won't make it to work tomorrow on time, so we'll both get fired. You're insane. Listen to yourself. You're delusional. You need help like I go get. He stood there, man, ain't nobody gonna talk to me that way. I'm like, well, it's either talk to you like that now or talk to you like that downtown in a holding cell because we both go to jail together. You're a dumbass. And I was just sleeping with one eye open, didn't eat. I'm still trying to get my appetite back. That kind of shit started happening. And then the other dudes that he'd prison parent with, they were all like, man, can't be around you, dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I might do. I'm like, what are you guys all talking about? We're grown men. And like 15-year-olds. So I started really just realizing, dude, I'm a rift causer. And what caused all the controversy? The boss of the multi-million-dollar company called me one Sunday morning and said, will you come help me? I have a project. I want to transform about half a football field worth of area into flat. We're going to clear a bunch of brush, get rid of it, and make it flat. So I went and showed up and helped him. So no good deed goes unpunished. But no deed that any of you do right now is going to be, first off, anything but a good deed. Somebody mentioned earlier, if you're helping your community. Folks, you could sneeze nastily into a tissue, and it would be somewhat on the right order of a good thing, because you're all good people. Give or take. Wake up on the wrong side of the bed. But I might turn around and have fun today. I just might. I might. People are going to start noticing something about you because you're not making excuses anymore. We understand that we're in a war of attrition, a war that is being waged against humanity right now. I never thought that I would say I felt like I was getting double teamed, getting jumped by gas prices and food. But I've gone to get food and gas twice, respectfully, this week. And I spent $200. I didn't know where the money went. I mean, $5 a gallon. I woke up this morning and I was almost an empty, so I stopped at the gas station. Had some coffee and you know my first morning smoke. Shoo, I like being I just love being transparent. it's like it's like fresh wasabi. I mean, I don't know if wasabi is supposed to be fresh, but it's my story. So in my story, it's like just vintage hot wings. It's like it does something really good for the soul. But I stopped and got the gas, and after I pumped it, I looked at the big gas sign. I went, "What the what $4.99?" I looked at the little one that I just pumped it out of. I thought, you use evil, use evil. You marathon. I thought about how much my Apple. Shit's expensive. And I just thought, I'll be damned. This is a war of attrition. And I don't do the fear porn. I don't do the end of days stuff. All, overnight type shit like that. No. This is different. This is truly different. I mean, I'm sure it's been about 2 years since I do bitch and complain about the price of living videos every couple of years, but I'm doing one right now. Because with inflation, since World War II, we should all be making upwards of $60 an hour. But we're not. We're at a third of that still. I don't even want to talk about how much rich people are making. I don't even want to talk about that. I guarantee you the income of the well-to-do has been adjusted correctly, but ours hasn't. And there's armies of us all over the world called the working poor middle class. There is no more middle class. I used to be one. It was pretty epic, actually. Every year you got this thing called cost of living raises. You just looked at your boss. End of the year came, or the beginning of the next year. All you had to do is cost of living. Just write it down on a little note. Just walk by it on your forehead. Anything. They knew a quarter. If you were a really good employee, 50 cents. If you were a really good employee, $1. They didn't get to ask questions. I don't give a shit. From the grocery store to the gas station to the gift shop to the movie theater to the zoo to the I don't care. Beans, bananas, fruit, hog, yams, chips, dips. Lord, provide everything I need. Green, banana, chips, all red. Baby, come on. I got beans and bologna. I'm just keeping it real, folks. In terms of gas or groceries today, I mean, I went and got groceries first. I got the apple. God damn, what the fuck? Got me some syrup. Yeah. There's jet fuel in that too, but I don't even know the chemicals that they're putting. Got my ass kicked by the groceries. Went to the gas station. Ah, fuck. Next thing I knew, it was like kung fu. I was getting my ass whooped. Block to the left, gas station. Groceries, bam, apples in the nuts, fucking banana up there. I didn't know what. I've never felt that kind of ass whooping before. I haven't. I'm being serious. This is a serious state of the Nibi. No, it's a war of attrition. And it's like the end of the world tomorrow. They still need us to pay for everything that they do. But it's a warning nonetheless. I can't see how people can't hip themselves to this. I don't. And why they got to take, their deep, dark little liberal fantasy of stopping all manliness, and Carhartts and boots and fishing and fucking flatbed trucks and Second Amendment rights. I mean, dude ain't my sponsor anymore. She's not. Today's an exercise in the futility of all of a sudden waking up one day, looking another square American in their face, much less a good friend or somebody who's in your family or something, be like, yo, by the way, today I want to just polish up my Second Amendment. And they're like, nah, no, I've been watching the news and I don't like Trump and I can't stand. I'm like, I don't like Trump either. What the fuck that got to do with, I got a weird feeling, man. While you're out of town, I can't get in touch with you. Anything happens, my family, I can walk, I don't care. Me, a backpack, some water, some granolas, a couple of honey buns, I'm just handling my business. Half an hour later, I'm still hearing about politics and, and I'm just like, okay. Okay. I take that shit serious, man. I'll say this and just let you know what I'm going to talk about when I come back here in a second. We're being warned. We're being told. Now you have all these scientists disappearing. Not only were they all involved some way with Area 51, Los Alamos, Wright-Patterson, anti-grav, nuclear, UAPs, ultra-dimensional beings, but it harkens back to Malaysian Flight 370. Because on that flight, supposedly, and this is before AI had really come out, this is a good couple years ago, the information I got, which is probably closer than a lot of what you're going to hear now years later, is that that airplane was full of Chinese scientists who were involved in cloaking technology that was, of course, going to be applied militarily. A lot of them own patents to the information, and one of the big R families owns some of the patents too. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Crocobellas, because I don't like saying their real names because I don't know, What don't hurt, what you don't know won't hurt you. And I'm technologically inept, and I don't know about all the algorithm and everything, but I know it doesn't like me. So why poke a sleeping bear? Not that it's asleep, but yeah, one of the big R families. One of these individuals owned one of the patents to the technology. The other people on the plane were predominantly, if I'm not mistaken, Chinese scientists, developers, and engineers, and so forth. I am mixed, yeah. Mela Garrett. I bet you're at least mixed or black or something too, aren't you? Because you see it. Cuban? No, I'm not Cuban. And I'm not from Puerto Rico either. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm from the US of A, buddy. Cuban. Cubano! That would be nice, Hans. I would like to go to Cuba. Jewish Shawnee. You could tell, huh? Oh, you know. Oh, yeah, count. Hi, Addie. What am I? I'm shit. I'm everything but Asian is what the but let me see, a little bit of West African, Shawnee Indian, Polish Jew, Welsh, French, Danish. I don't know. I wake up, don't know what the fuck. I'm like mixed fruit. I wake up one day, I'm fucking, what? How dare you not recognize? Oh, your shield. Well, I never countless. I thought it was a sled. You got to protect shit. Ain't we supposed to ride this? It don't go too good in the grass, but that's right. It'll be all right when it snows. It'll be okay. Wow, the composer just told me to stay on track. Really? You're just going to speak up? Well, you did. Just told me to get back to my notes and stay on track. Because Mira, yeah, well, yeah. and hybrids and much more than just our humanity. When I was a little boy in second grade, I thought to myself, wow, I'll bet we're a mix between monkeys and some kind of external other life force. I mean, it just kind of always made sense to me when I was a kid. People are going to really start looking. and and what we're going to have to be careful of is that people are going to superimpose their strange beliefs as people who prefer head in the sand, avoiding uncomfortable truths, that reality being completely dismantled around them and needing to be sort of pieced back together. It's like building a big Lego thing and realizing that you forgot one little fucking block. And you could go ahead and build the whole thing. It's not really going to make any difference, but you'll know it's there. You know, people are sensing reality fizzle around them, or they're hearing it slightly on the news, or they're noticing it as they gaze at the gas pump as they cruise down the road in a car with the muffler about to fall apart that needs new tires, and not quite understanding how much longer they'll be able to maintain their grip on losing grip, while people like you and I are actually adapting to realizing that we have no grip at all. We needn't one. And that's an awareness of something gripping at us. And again, that implies not remote viewing, but being remote viewed, not astral projecting, but recognizing that it's sort of done inwards. I don't take any joy in saying this truth, but folks, but the truth isn't, the key isn't probably out there, or quasars or black holes, or even these multi ultra dimensional beings. The key is you. I actually almost lost my grip last year, and God poked your heart. Well, it's interesting. There seems to be quite a bit of language online about the fact that sometimes addiction, loss, grief, pain, abuse are the pathways to truly godly people. Scripture is full of seedy, sordid sack of shits like Saul. Or, truly benevolent, angelic people like the old lady who gave every penny she had. Seven, do you believe that we are in a debris field? Wow, she's sort of straight to the point, huh? Yeah, I believe we're entering one. Yes. I believe that these interstellar objects since 2017, um, yeah, you bet your solid square ass that we seem to be um, entering into a debris field. There's no polite way to say it. Anger, fear, loss, understanding my audience, by the way. Um, people who have experienced loss or addiction, abandonment, anything from any of those to other kinds of pain and suffering in this world. It goes across racial barriers. It goes across socioeconomic barriers, political barriers, ethnic, religious, linguistic barriers. Everyone in this world has touched pain. And people who realize that they sometimes have been, they've dealt pain, or they've processed it wrong, or they've somehow multiplied it, manipulated it, been a slave to it. Any kind of therapy, any kind of recovery, any kind of treatment, folks, these days is a blessing and a gift. But again, it's not me saying it. It's a lot of other people who are admitting that suffering of any type can truly be the pathway to a higher vibration. It hurts. Thank you, lettuce. Lettuce fill heaven. We are. I've been told that, and I've seen it. There's so much space. You never tell it was filling, packed. Cloaking technology on Malaysian Flight 370. And this was some of the earliest information that I'd heard on it, and it has never left the front of my thoughts. The word was that there were patents, a handful of patents, not an unlimited amount of patents. So these people work, a finite amount of patents that were held mostly by some of the men that were on that airplane, mostly Chinese specialist scientists, top businessmen, so forth. And one of the Pacabellas, one of them, owned an equally important patent. So let's just figure a pie, a pizza, and let's say that there were 8 pieces, and one of them was owned by the Pacabella man, and 7 other pieces were owned by men that were on this plane, and go figure the plane disappears. So he who owns the last patent, by default, all of a sudden owns all of the value of all of the patents. Somebody say something. Somebody try to troll me on that. Nemesis is getting closer and closer. JBX, Nibiru debris field is upon us all. 2012 started the countdown. Yeah, I believe you. I mean, why not? Michael Jackson versus Prince. Who was the better artist? I mean, look, all I can say is this, and I mean no disrespect. Like, for instance, Bob Marley is my favorite performer ever. But the bangingest album, to me, of all time, is Michael Jackson, Off the Wall. I'm sorry. We're the party people night and day, living crazy, that's the only way. So tonight, gonna leave that 9 to 5 up on the shelf and just enjoy yourself. Move Let the madness in the music get to you. Life ain't so bad at all when you're living off the world. Life ain't so bad. Live life off the wall. Living off the wall. Do you can, but in the fun you want to. Then the pain, why? Living by the people night and day. Ooh, living crazy. That's the only. Or I mean, how about on the floor? You got me stuck. And dance with me, dance with me. I love the way you make me, especially. There's a time for dancing on the floor. Oh, shoot. Oh my God. Why don't you just dance across the floor? Off the wall. Because he was still black. I mean, working. Got me working day and night. Ooh, my baby. Got me working day and night. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, just the beats got me away from sun up to. Nah. Boom, 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 boom. The Red Bowl of Destiny. I got bowl napped. No, but I mean, I'm on a real serious tip. You know, I've been looking, you know, for you've lost that pop. You've lost your fire. You know, you've quieted down. I mean, we know you're trying to, you know, not be too flashy. We know that you're trying to, you know, exercise and show a little humility and humbleness, but all of a sudden it doesn't pop anymore. Where'd you go? We're in there somewhere. Somebody shaking. Somebody slapping. Somebody put some cold water on him. Give him a ice bucket. Get him awake. Where's 7 at? And I thought to myself, man, you're working, you're tired, your back hurts. Apples cost you half a paycheck. Slow down. Quiet. Be grateful. You know, get your car back. Now you want to go out and get you an apartment. You know, and slow down. It's fine. Such a vibrant personality. Sorry. I mean, how about Mama Say, Mama Sa, Mama Kusa? That's the baddest song ever. That was co-written in heaven. How about TLC? I want you loving. TLC, pretty young thing, but I'll take you there, take you there. I mean, he was free. Michael was still black. Countless. Oh my gosh. You know, and I thought to myself, Sam, it's okay if you're hibernating a little bit. It's all right if you're on hiatus. People understand if you're surviving the hood and the people therein. It's okay. People know that you're going to meetings, you're staying safe, keeping your head down. And when your time is right, you'll come back swinging. In the meantime, you've made it clear that you're not watching so much YouTube, and you realize you're ducking and dodging. Hey, everybody, the light blinked and flashed. I think it's a poltergeist from planet Nibiru, and we all gonna die. Oh, boy. In the economy. Haven't you seen Pacific Rim? It's giant Tweety birds under the oceans. They're gonna come out of the Atlantic. You know, so I did. I've been cooling. I laid it down for a minute. Put it down. Put some water on it. I realized in third person I was getting on my second person's nerve. Then I started hearing whispers in the dark. No, not about the scientists and all that first, folks, but first actually about the great things that are lurking far out in the solar system. I'm sorry, far out in the universe, like supermassive black holes and things that make black holes look like pimples, just massive voids, huge, huge areas that are 150,000 light years, giant pockets of nothing. Uh, then I started meditating. And then I started hearing about the scientists. And then just by default, I started thinking about the extreme temperatures that are headed our way. And I started to project in the future, and then I stopped again and just focused on work and my apples and meetings. Surviving sort of the zoo. And this place has changed. I'm much more at peace and at ease now. I really am. I continued to study the I hate saying war. Okay, what's happening in Ukraine right now? What's happening in Iran? What's still happening in Iraq? What's happening in Sudan? What's happening in so many places all over the world? What's happening in Gaza? This is all more of the active front of the war that is being waged on humanity. A war being waged on the average man, woman, and child on this planet. And the pieces all fitting together that it's not just economies, it's not just gas prices or food at the grocery store. It's the fact that people have those kind of threats, but then also the threat of extreme temperatures and possible social upheaval and signs in the heavenlies, in the moon and in the sun and in the stars. I mean, I really am. If you know, if I'm choosing patience in reference to getting an apartment, so be it. I'm just going to go ahead and do what I do in an apartment. I'm going to tinfoil my room and make a Faraday cage. That'd be pretty cool. And I'm kidding, but I'm not. I mean, just in terms of protecting and buffering my spirit. Wait till the day comes when the sun stands still. Is that so unbelievable? That's why I'm just going to pull away from dude when he gets back in town. Because it's not it doesn't brook an argument. We're people who think much more than just out the box anymore. We, you know, we're not people who are going to talk about the shit anymore or start YouTube channels or TikTok fucking channels or post videos about it anymore. Nobody cares. In lieu of the government, getting ready to maybe disclosure, in the face of over a dozen missing and or deleted individuals, in the face of the just the natural flow of the oceans, the AWOC, isn't it called? Or the AWOC. In just in light of everything going on right now, that in some strange way, I guess what I'm saying is, and again, I haven't referenced this in over a year, 2 years. I haven't mentioned anything like the potentially a vibe or a transmission that is rendering people more compliant, more reasonable, more willing to submit and surrender. I won't ever let anybody in my life who's a fucking liberal get near any of my effects again. And why? Because um because they missed the whole point in the first place. I mean, and again, it'd be different if I, came, you know, yo, man, yo, hey, yo, Seb, yeah, man, I got some beef with one of the dudes up in his house, you know what I'm saying? But no, no, nothing, man. I need to come over, you know what I'm saying, grab my, yeah, no, it's cool. So there's going to be a real prism, a real distortion of how people perceive you. If they have any inclination that you're different in the regards that you are aware, cognizant, fully aware of the fact that, they're putting out a whole lot of movies over the last couple of decades about comets, asteroids. I don't think that it's a coincidence. Sorry. All over the news now and all over social media every day, people are posting videos more and more every day, more incredible videos of strange unidentified craft. I'm concerned. I don't know about you. I am. Congressmen and women are coming out now and talking about it every day. Does that concern anyone in the room? Anybody? Which is another, something else that people are starting to talk about now in terms of quantum attachment or individuals being quantum entangled with situations. It's not just a star or an atom in some, supernova somewhere. You can actually be in superposition with people in your life. And if you're that one individual who watches the sky or truly believes in the power of prayer or knows that there's something unexplained probably in the confines of our solar system, which academia and NASA and the governments kind of refer to here and there, some hidden influence and whatnot. If you're slightly interested in the metaphysical aspect of the world or frequencies or how tuning forks can heal the back of your head, if you prefer listening to the sound of the ocean and a creek versus loud music, if you are empathic, any of these attributes of which fantasies and stories and romances and orchestras are composed of, but which on a personal day-to-day basis seem to be frowned upon, looked down upon. And yet the underlying silent but increasingly louder background noise of scientists are discovering that background noise of the universe is older than they actually mean. Scientists can't listen today. UAPs discovered all over the world in increasing numbers, and fire devastates hundreds of thousands of acres. The cacophony of what's starting to happen, a lack of control on this planet in so many respects, floodgates being opened in some degrees, literally, and other things that seem to be at tipping points, like the use of fossil fuel. Seven, you're correct about the skies being manipulated. Hey, I've got one of the best sets of eyes in the world when it comes to looking at the sky. And just the fact now that you might, let's say, have a huge cloud and it's sunset or sunrise, one big cloud. And behind that big ass cloud, a big gray cloud, and behind it is a huge giant white cloud with the exact outline and silhouette. The fact that often you can look at the sky and you can faintly perceive a patchwork of straight lines. And I'm not talking about the big fat ass trails. I'm talking about it looks like glass, like the pictures on the moon. This big sheen of perfectly straight, super massive straight lines going one way and then making a perfect patchwork the other way. Hexagons, the giant tracks that some channels like Chief, he's on TikTok, or other channels who've spoken about there being tracks that the moon and the sun are on. I used to think that was such sci-fi, and yet sometimes you can just see this big lattice work in the sky. Other times, big ribs. It's incredible. Other times, prisms. Other times, what looks like the front. Try this, folks. You'll love this. You can see the Fresnel or Fresnel, some people now pronounce it, the Fresnel effect in front of the quote-unquote sun. I can't help it. Simulate toll. Like little dude off of Looney Tunes. I'm going to destroy the earth. Simulate toll. You can, when you squint your eyes like this, and it's just your eyelashes, and you're looking at the sun so you don't burn your eyes, you can see itty bitty little perfect concentric circle, what looks like a little plate. A bunch of them. Oh, I have a sneaking suspicion that there's an armada of different sized, lightweight, transparent shields. Big, perfect, circular Fresnel shields. I could go on and on. I'm not even talking about the clouds, the giant popcorn clouds. But my one video on TikTok, it's got thousands of views now, of just, and this was about a month and a half ago, just huge, perfect bands. Just perfectly equidistant, perfectly shaped, all exactly the same. Just from horizon to horizon, looking like, what do they call that? Sandbars. And in reference to this Monday and then how they treated it, especially sunrise every day, it is a blackout, a complete blackout of sunrise. And the intensity with which they're doing it, the increase in technology, I'm leading to something. You'll love this, by the way. How many heavy metals are being applied, how much silver iodide, who cares? They can continue to up their technologies, their amounts. It doesn't make any difference. The marvel of the sky, the anomalous skies, are going to continue to increase in intensity. If not also in just in the numbers of times where there's going to continue to be incredible anomalous things that are observed, like straight lines that go from horizon to horizon. How is the sky split the solid square fuck in half by what looks like a giant shadow that doesn't just extend over the horizon? Let's say the sun has gone down, here's the beach, or water, whatever, the sun's gone down. And then there's this giant shadow that goes all the way over into the sky. And people, and that may want to ask me, mean, I felt like asking, are you good? You know, is this some superiority thing? Is this because you're older, or what is it? Or you know, you haven't said it, you've implied it to a degree, but you haven't necessarily said it out loud. Well, Seven, I'd like to imagine that if you want in any way to, let's say, endeavor, with, any kind of an amendment or law or right that you have, then it must have to do with criminal activity or getting in a fight with, well, not criminal, I mean, just getting in a fight or, your proximity to all the guys that you live with and stuff, right? Or work or living in Mount Healthy. I just thought to myself, Jesus, dude, go ahead and insult my intelligence, insult me, but don't look for some, socioeconomic slash or some cultural aspect because I'm part black or live with some people. Don't all of a sudden break it down into something that has nothing to do with any situation like that. And I brought up the scientists. Oh, I heard about that. I was tempted, and I actually began to say, you know what, I don't want to discuss this with you because you're going to bring politics into it. No, I won't. And upon doing so is when I just got quiet, lost my appetite, packed away the rest of the dinner, um, and knew that there was uh, a lesson to be learned, a serious lesson to be learned. I'm not going to be insulting or say pejoratives. I'm going to say not trust liberals or anything. That'd be really fucking mean to say. But I'm certainly gonna not let any liberals in my room once I get it fucking tinfoiled. That's for sure. No fucking liberals in my room. The tinfoil. Stay the fuck out. I'll right back, y'all. No, it's good to get on here and just do it. Old school fun video. Not worry about algorithms or you know how I say things, mannerisms, a little bit of ebonics, whatever. Because I know I'm a conduit. People are really gonna start looking, and again, it's gonna be a subliminal response to the environment of the world changing right now. It's not your fault or my fault that we look up, that we, proverbially speaking, read the news and are able to read between the lines of the news. We care about the world deeply and not our own microcosm of it. If I owned somebody's $1,000 video game system or ballerina fucking costume or had their violin or their guitar, and for a couple of days they've been letting me know, hey, I'm 10 minutes away. I'm going to come grab my equipment, my paints, my bridle I forgot the saddle to my horse in the back of your car. I'm coming to get it. It'd be like, hey, you need that. I bet you need that. Yeah, I do. I don't need it right now. I want it though. I'm like, I can dig that. I'm like you. If I want my copy of The Lord of the Rings to go to bed with, I might not even read it, but I still go to bed with, So if anybody walks in on me in the middle of the night, I can say, hey, I was reading. What do you want of you? What? NIBIRU here, over here. I knew it. I know. Where's my camera? Oh, hold on. If anybody needed anything from me, I'm fucking Johnny on the spot. It's one of the reasons why people like you and me, you get a get out of jail card for free. You get a go. You get a free pass through any of the bullshit that goes through your head, because you're typically people who would not just give somebody the shirt off your back, you drive it across town to give it to them. I'm from the hood area of the Bronx, New York, watching the skies boogie down. Oh, I thought you were going to start singing again. Boogie fever. I mean, the algorithm, demons, jinn, mean people, assholes on the subway, narcissists, miserable people, because misery loves company. The loudest shithead people in your life, they coming at you hard because they're miserable. Because miserable, it does not love company, and it insists upon it. And any energies that come against you, it's interesting how they'll tell you're in your spirit or your head, or that you're eccentric or over the top with things. Well, good. You're revolutionary. I thought about that word. I just said it a couple of times, and it tingled like that candy that fizzles in your mouth. It's been a couple of years since I've dared say. I made sure there were no surveillance or cameras or anything, and turned my phone off, and muted it, and taped the camera. And solidarity, revolutionary. Ooh. And to simply want to stretch, or maybe go to the range, or doesn't make you pre-homicidal terrorist. It makes you American. It's proof that you speak Americish. And I'm in a way, I'm not surprised that this happened. I didn't, I wanted to go live about how serious this is all really getting worldwide. The actual specific details of things that deal with much more than just quantum physics, but possibly other sentient beings that may be us. And let me present to everybody, by the way, the query, the simple question: do you think that this is all being put out there right now as a coincidence, just all at the same time? Because because like I've alluded to, if I haven't said it clearly, I will say this. I've heard a few people say that this may all just be an sensational, a big to-do over nothing, or a scenario where these people are going underground, where they're being recruited, uh, by Terran forces, by the U.S. government. I mean, I just trust so little these days in so much of this world. I reach out and touch it first and pour some mocha on it and slowly dry it first, and no, just stay still. Because the media talking about the possibility of this potentially being China or Russia. God, China and Russia. And I do think that it's my duty, by the way, as a quantum man and as a number, to say that the West has got this interesting thing called propaganda and media, where we're supposed to be made to believe that we, Elon, anybody fucking here, Zuckerberg, anyone, is anywhere remotely close to China in reference to the technologies of the future. There's nothing funnier than ethnocentrism in the world. There really is. Well, greed. No, ethnocentricity, I think, is the consummate sign of a lack of any kind of real awareness of humanity as a whole, as a species, as what should be brother and sister. I have a song called "Give Me Room." It's a really good song. And there's a line in it where I made it up on stage one night too. Jump back, girl, give me boom. Yes, I see your pretty face and I smell your perfume, but there's this one verse where I just went off. I was like, accepting Babylon resignation, handing over all the power to the peaceful man. Let them make all of the rules and decision. And I just made this line up where brothers and sisters, misses and misters, mothers and fathers, all come together and give me boom. Mothers and sisters, brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters, mothers and misters, mothers and fathers, all come together, give me boom. Because when you think about it, we're all brothers and sisters, misses and misters, mothers and fathers. But I don't know, I guess we're the ambiguous ones. Because it just boggles my mind how the media thinks that we are so beholden to the one-eyed sphincter mind control bot. that we'll all believe that there's still, hold on, it's confusing. Is it communism? Hold on, okay, it's communism. China's still communist, and Russia was communist, but they're still Russian, and so we have to think they're communist, but they're kind of not, because it's kind of a free market now, capitalism, and China is capitalist too, but they have different suits than us, because our uniforms always look cooler, and theirs always look a bit more, a little Lenin-esque. I mean, this is how these people think, folks. Why do you think uniforms in militaries are always different? These people plan this stuff. You have to realize that. Like, they plan this shit. I before E, except after E. Shout out to all here today. Well, Nemesis. My channel used to be called Nemesis Nibiru, in this old school Skywatcher channel called Prep Oz. He was like, mate, why do you call it that? Before that, it was called Nemesis Nibiru Epic, the Epoch. Before E, except after D, buddy. Shoot. No, but I've felt the presence of something huge and red in our solar system, or since I was 10 years old. Because for a week when I was a little boy, you'll love this spooky ass story. It's the truth. Me and my younger brother Lucky shared a room when we were little boys. His bedroom was, I'll never forget this, on the east facing wall, and my bed was on the west facing wall, and I woke up one night in the middle of the night, and I'm pretty sure this is before I started sleeping with a fan every night. You'll understand why I started sleeping with a fan every night. Still do. I woke up and I couldn't move. I was on my back, but I could open my eyes and I could move my eyes and I could see this huge red ball, looked just like out of the movie The Fifth Element, rolling across my room over my brother's bed. But I could tell that the room wasn't the distance of the room. It was the distance from Earth to the outside of the solar system. The Oort cloud. Not that I knew that at 10 years old. And I watched it for hours. I was so scared. I wanted to scream for my dad. I mean, and then I went to sleep, and the vision in my sleep was being separated from my mom, my little brother, and my twin sister by a fire in a big warehouse with a bunch of like railroad cars, big box cars. And I was able to swing across to them on a rope. And then the vision changed to me, itty bitty me, with this huge red planet on a pin on the back of my neck. And I would watch this for hours in this kind of sleep paralysis, this nightmarish living sleep paralysis. Then I'd wake up and I'd be wandering the hallway, like awake literally, but still sleepwalking in tears. And my mom would usher me into her room and she wouldn't wake me up, but I would fall asleep in there. And that happened every night straight when I was 10 for a week. And the same kind of thing happened to my mom when she was 10. And she didn't tell anybody. She told a nun. Now, mind you, that was back in the late 20s, 30s. You didn't talk about that kind of stuff back then. She told a nun and never told anybody else about it again. But kind of a family history with me and my mom. But I'll never forget seeing a huge object just rolling. Just looking like straight up out of Fifth Element. When I saw that movie, I could not believe it. And then it was on a pin on the back of my neck, carrying the weight of a world, carrying the story of Nibiru. Mind you, that memory was suppressed until I started my YouTube channel, until I started documenting the sky. It's interesting, the metaphysical, obvious connection with so much of all of this. And my increased buoyancy, let's just say, at being able to talk about it tonight, because we're obviously not, to be taken so lightly, not to be ridiculed or embarrassed or made fun of, hardened old school sky watchers or ufologists or anybody. You don't go to the grocery store now with a big sign on any. I used to go to my hill and I used to very much put on a spectacle. Take 6-pack there with me, and just was really kind of almost obnoxiously vocal and proud and running up and down the hill. And no, I made a big spectacle. You know, I'm a big kid. I got really excited. Maybe too excited. But then I began to make a habit of it. And I just learned to quiet my jets, mainly because one time there was a brother there and he and his wife. They were a mixed couple, thick ass brother and his wife. She was a big girl. And they had these kids. And, you know, the little girl, she's probably 8, little mixed girl, curly little corkscrew ass hair. She's walking along, you know, and her older brother, big brother, he's big sloppy ass 14-year-old. He's just big, you know, big boy. And he's walking behind her singing, you know, just some inappropriate language. And I just said, boy, you be singing that around your little sister. And that big brother heard me. He said, don't you ever talk to my kids again. And I realized, man, shut up, because you about to get your jaw broke. And that man's right. Shut up. No, I thought about that. There's students up here and weddings, and I just realized, wow. I mean, this has been a real growth process for me. And the world has changed in the 10 years that I've been doing this, because I used to lord it over people that I was the crazy fool on the hill, whereas the sun's going down and the eyes in his head see the sky. You know, that used to be me. I'd be up in there in the rain and the heat, mosquitoes, a turkey, a wild male turkey tried to kill me once. um, and then I just realized, I mean, again, you know, that 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 like this is real data. This is real life, what we're going through right now. You know, and then I started noticing the chem mist. When it's no longer rain, it's just hundreds of trillions of little lightweight, lighter than air, microscopic little mists, silicon looking stuff, and it hits your windshield. And if you turn on the defrost, it turns it white and foggy. And if you try to use the windshield wipers, it just smudges it. And it's not water. The fog that comes in the middle of January at 7 o'clock at night at sunset type, you know, maybe not 7 o'clock, not January sunset. Then is at about 5:30. But how about in 2023 or 2024, January and February of 2024, sunset was at 5:05. What? Nobody noticed. It said it on Google that night. 5:05. I got to the hill and it was at 4:55 that the sun actually went down. I noticed that kind of stuff. As the world doesn't watch loudly. Nights like that. And there will be 1 or 2 people watching. Well, they're not watching. They're not Googling what time sunset is. I do. There's been no sunset and no damn 5 o'clock in the evening. So, what's the point I'm trying to make with that? Well, the point I'm trying to make is that in discrepancies like that and unusual behavior in the celestial bodies, that have become something that humanity ignores. Humanity has made a habit of ignoring. Back to Hollywood and cartoons and anime and Japanimation and all that cool stuff. Video games. And they show sunsets with multiple light sources in the sky. They show multiple. I mean, they really do sort of make it kind of obvious when it comes to the sky. Um, that something is going on. Watch the end of the first Super Wonder Woman movie, for instance. Watch the last Star Wars movie that did have Luke Skywalker in it, the one where he fights um, Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren, mad. That was a good sequence in that movie too, where Kylo just blasts him, fire everything, and after astral projection, Luke wins. He goes back to where his real body is. There's two suns. You know, George Lucas has always had a thing with subliminally showing a binary star system ever since I was a little kid. And that ties in with anything from being a little boy and having those visions of a red object to noticing when I was 7 years old why would this man put two suns, with the real sad Tatooine music. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And Luke's all bummed out because he can't go hang out with dude, his homeboy. I was too young to even know about any of that. And he just looks off in the sunset like, fuck, man. I was just thinking, why is there two suns? Hi, Danny Ballard. Hi, JBX. Oh, JBX. Hi, Rain. You have a twin sister? I've been missing you. Well, I haven't gone live. I've been a big baby. Planet of the Crossing is NIBIRU Nemesis is our second binary twin red dwarf sun. The debris field Carlos Munoz Ferrado warned of, and the Mayans said is beginning starting 2012. Yep. Well, I'll make it 14 days. I mean, again, I've been looking for every excuse in the book to not have, I mean, they've gotten really good at hiding this guy. But last Monday, there was nothing they could do. There's just nothing they could do. And for the rest of the week, they blasted it. Yeah, man. Twilight Zone. Sorry, I've been working with steel, and I just had to get that nail off. Twilight Zone mode, and I know it now. I'm starting to rebuke things just in a comedic sort of sense. Trolls on TikTok too. They are untrained. I got to give it to you, YouTube trolls. You all have really, obviously, obviously passed troll 101. Many of you have graduated to troll 102, where you take on, some of the, tougher, serious, smaller channels like me, to see if you can graduate. Because you're creative. It's a problem, a little bit of a problem in your names, though. But on TikTok, they just wham. Because I post videos about the halo, the big rainbow halo around the sun, which is indicative of the fact there's an eclipse probably occurring. Just plain and simple. The air turns blue. The geography, everything around, shadows and everything turns blue. The air itself turns blue when that happens. I can feel the eclipses. I'll be like, oh wow, everything's turning blue. I bet the halo is out, and I look up, sure as shit. So somebody commented, any camera you point up, the camera's gonna make a big. I already was laughing. It's hilarious. I was like, what? That's what I do on TikTok. It shuts them up. I haven't had any trolls recently too either. I feel bad for them. Captain Control your controllables. Stay positive. It's okay to cry. And stay prayed up, my brother. Peace and love. Thanks, Marlo. Oh, I do. I do. And the fact that uh, I mean, you've reached into my life before. You've had a lasting effect on me. You bring a fucking smile to my face. You bet your black ass you do, you know? And I love really being me. It's fun. It's fun being mixed. I didn't realize how how I'd be really trying to kind of act certain ways for people so as not to be offensive. And then I watched my first video ever, my first documentary on mixed people in America the other day. And of course, it was younger folks. Um, uh, and I don't need to talk about the struggles. Uh, I'm too old for that. What I'm able to talk about is that I do find myself, when allowed to just be me, which is kind of a Creole, Melungeon mix, that I slip between a vernacular, kind of like Carl fucking Sagan, mixed with Eddie Murphy, and I can't help it. And it's not contrived, and I'm not trying to do it, but it's funny and it's authentic, and yet genuine, and let's just say, um, genuine and authentic, sincere, notable. I mean, it's part of one of the reasons why I would say that there's something to be gleaned from Zechariah Sitchin's translation of the Sumerian tablets, the Lost Book of Enki. And why? Because he was an Eastern European, well-educated, older white dude. And yet, the book that he penned, his translation, I don't have a copy of it, but I'm going to get one again. It reads like an ancient, bejeweled, gilded, young, urban black person writing it. It is. The verbiage is. The language is. I'm telling you. I don't know. I'm not saying that the Anunnaki necessarily were black. Man, I've seen Enki, and he was kind of just Space Jam, kind of caramel with golden flecked eyes, that reminded me of the marbles at the end of Men in Black. Do you know that Dan Aykroyd said that he was visited by the Men in Black? Um, he did a show. Uh, he and a couple of other people did a show, and it was about supernatural, metaphysical, weird stuff. It never aired. I don't know what studio it was or what producers. They videotaped a whole season of it, or 2 seasons of it, or some shit, and it never aired. It never came out. Never a DVD or cassette, nothing. And it was about stuff like UFOs and stuff. And he said that one time he was outside of one of the buildings in New York, Manhattan or something, or the Bronx or something. I don't know New York, if you couldn't tell. I mean, you can tell by how I talk. I don't like New York. Just buildings that just, God, like, I don't know which is longer and more concrete, the roads or the fucking. And he said he was out there, and all of a sudden he saw 2 men in these black suits, and then a bigger, taller man, and then a car that looked like kind of a black sedan Cadillac fancy car, but its license plate looked fuzzy and glitchy, and then it just like glitched and disappeared, like Men in Black, like the movie, the cars. I mean, again, who would ever question? I wouldn't. No, I'm not going to point the finger at anybody, and whatever. I would never question upon seeing them putting out information like that, that they're letting us know what they'll end up saying when the fucking sky splits open like uh like a scroll. I've seen it do it. Um when they're gonna say we told you all so. And there's a big press release and people are shitting bricks and going nuts and acting fools. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but it will. Give people a fucking excuse. And they'll say, we told you. And everybody will say, well, when did you tell us? We're the public. We wanted to. And they'll be like, we've been telling you for fucking 50 years. Close Encounters, E.T. Men in Black. That's when we really started showing you assholes. Don't come tell us we didn't tell you anything. We put in, your kids especially. Your kids know more than you do. Fucking assholes. No, never heard that after or before a movie. It's okay. And you don't have to be seeing bolides and fireballs, comets and asteroids, UFOs. On the really interesting, strange, cloudy night when all of a sudden there's purple. It's not lightning. It's just half your sky lights up in giant purple, sort of pinky, cotton candy colored plasmatic bursts. Half your shit just lights up. And then all of a sudden, 5 seconds later, you hear, and this deep rumbling. But then it just sits there for 2 hours, 3 hours. Not like the lightning of old that spidered and went all over the place. The old saying, lightning never strikes in the same place twice. Now there's just one big area, sits above your city. Or just your neighborhood, maybe. But I mean, they're huge. They're fucking massive. In case any of us are having trouble remembering how big some of this stuff is. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And again, for me, it's not that I've been playing out any scenarios. It's just that and forgive me for any of you who are, big Hollywood buffs, like in terms of the movies, like anything having to do with snipers, Hurt Locker, anything having to do with Iraq and Afghanistan. Even Black Hawk Down, which I thought was a fantastic movie. But I have done some research, or the research has found me through the algorithm. Again, don't I never negate the fact that this was inevitable. Technology was inevitable. AI is inevitable. But the fact that sometimes I will dream of a topic and it'll be on my feed the next morning. Dream of it, not talk about it, not think about it whilst awake, not whilst looking so something can read my my pupils and retina. Simply dream about something and we'll wake up. So, whatever the case may be, I'm not sure, but um wondering to what extent I've been conditioned by propaganda. Back to the ball game. I've never enjoyed necessarily the thought of the quote unquote flyover because I've always had strange thought in the back of my mind. Not just at the waste of fuel and sort of the gung-ho to war, but the fact that I'm being reminded how I'm being monitored by that same F-16. How it's just flew over my neighborhood. How it's a stark reminder of how quickly I'm reached by a missile or warhead. And after some of what I've seen over the last couple of years, including noticing that my whole life, 2 entire countries are supposed to have been my enemy. When I know that there's such a cultural exchange that sitting by myself, separate from humanity, which is becoming the norm these days, people, myself included, after work, individually in my room with my cell phone watching predation in Africa. I'm half the world away and I could care less, let's just say. But isolated and alone, I'm supposed to, in some way, have it ingrained in my mind that the red, white, and blue and the borders that protect me and my country and my interests and my homeland need to be protected against people from across the world who, even though everything I have on and own is made in their country. And I realized a long time ago that that's all such a lie, especially now that it's 2026 and I can just imagine, a 20-year-old from China or a 20-year-old from fucking Idaho, being dressed up in uniforms that really do look very well matched up against each other. It's always like that. The Nazis were a fantastic example, and then you had the American GI, that wholesome look with that kind of walnut shaped hat, real wholesome, and then the stark Nazi, and then the Empire, Darth Vader and same kind of shit, and you wonder who makes the buttons for all that, and who gets the men, about seeing the men. Yeah, well, Dan Aykroyd, I mean, he one of the hallmarks of his success is being low key and not, ever rocking the boat too much. No, but I've been on a good flow though, because there's nothing wrong with being a bit eccentric, because it always led me down the right path. 10 years ago, when I started learning about a whole bunch of these different things going on in the world, number one, how much of it was just social media, because there's big money in this. No, good. I started to lose my train of thought, but I was reminded that there's a reason why it's good for me to remember, that so much of real life is turned into a movie and then a video game, or the other way around. Doesn't make any difference. Then toys, then action figures and costumes. And it comes from stories of NASA, and it comes from failed missions and downed aircraft. And I just wonder if it'll eventually become, virtual reality. First, second, or third person player. It's incredible how digitalized and controller button X, Y, A, and B the world has become, even for someone like me. So much of what is being produced promoted, purchased and processed by a major portion of the Western world, and I would imagine the East as well. I'd be remiss and ignorant in acting like everybody in, the young people of the world aren't being inundated with games, online adventure time, and chips to be stored up that can be spent online on games. So it's virtual, but it's still money and chips and costumes and skins and accoutrements and gear and upgrades, but it's online, so it doesn't really exist. But and how so much of that has the American flag tattooed all over it with the perfect GI Joe, or it's 2026 now, so you've got the you know the white hero, the gorgeous, somewhat multi-ethnic, awesome hot chick, and the iced tea or ice cube looking character, and that pretty much covers it. What I'm saying is war, because even when them planes, when I was younger and I didn't consider the global impact of what it means for, let's say $500,000 aircraft to go flying overhead so that my, cold hot dog and warm beer taste better, I'd get a chill up my spine, a sense of patriotism, till I realized what bombs really do, in what parts of the world they get dropped, and who they get dropped on. It's always innocent people. And for me, the stark reality of recognizing that the media still applies these tactics. For how much longer? For how much longer will the equation of, well, there's wars, and because there's people that we have to, and they're threatening the American way of life, and and then all these years later for it to completely tighten down to the Strait of Hormuz? And Kuwait's still involved to a degree, and now Iran, and of course Iraq, and these are all places very much connected to ancient Samaria and ancient Babylon, and we're talking about things flying around in the sky, as well as possibly ancient remains being found ever since so much of this heat in the Middle East started in the first place. And right around the same time, 1994-ish or so, out comes a movie called Stargate, which takes place in Egypt and is about an ancient artifact being found that is a time machine into the past or into the future, a gateway into another far-reaching part of the solar system, involving extra dimensional, ultra terrestrial creatures. Give me a second, yeah. I mean, boy, if Hollywood hasn't done something since at least before The Wizard of Oz, it's like, I'm kidding. There's really no comments for at least the last 5 minutes. War is the epitome of hell. The people who have the least pay the most. Philemon. Phil, hi. Well, that's why I brought it up. Because we know about the sufferers. It's the hierarchy of the people who are running said conflicts. They're the ones who interest me. I mean, not that the sufferers don't keenly keep me awake. So I'm so glad I'm not a teenager anymore. When I was a teenager, going through puberty and, I mean, that's part of why I want to start the school of the empath. So many times in people's life, through the development of their life, from early childhood until the winter of their life, we go through certain times where our empathy changes and grows. And learning about human suffering is something that, can floor somebody. It did me when I was a teenager and learned about it. I want to know about the people who cause it and create it. Can it just be greed? Or is there something deeper? Now, this has been a great video. So let me get into some specifics. These disappearing scientists. And that is one of the top 3 reasons why, hey, if I've been chilling out, letting down my guard, growing up a little bit for a while, getting closer back to my family a bit, which is happening, which I'm so grateful for, don't forget that the sky is changing. Plain and simple. I ain't gonna talk about geopolitics or economics. The writing is on the wall. And I don't see how the masses ignore it. That ain't my problem. I don't give a fuck that people want to ignore when it looks like the sky is lit up in the west, at sunrise with the body of a dragon, bright red against starkly blue electric neon. People want to ignore that? Fine. I can't. And the scientists, let's go back to Malaysian flight 370. Presumably, there were a bunch of scientists and physicists and engineers and God only who else, professionally speaking, technologically speaking, mostly from China, men who had patents to cloaking technology for the military, something with NASA and Boeing and all that stuff, and they disappeared on that plane. You've seen the footage, either CGI or AI. I don't think so, because there's one shot from a drone where that big old plane went flying by a drone, and the drone got caught in the wake, and it just that big ass jet went gunning, and then it started to bank to the left. It was also spotted, and when it banked, and it was going by some huge clouds, that drone captured, I believe, infrared footage of 3 orbs that came and began to circle that plane, looking like a gyroscope. And I think it's pretty important to mention that word or that concept, the gyroscopic motion of these 3 things, because what they did shortly thereafter was incredible. They began to rotate so quickly in a pattern, the 3 of them, that they created a sphere around that plane, and it blinked and disappeared. They were able to move that quickly in conjunction with each other to where they created an actual solid sphere around the thing, the airplane. And it was captured by satellite as well. So, it's not something else I'm going to stop doing is tiptoeing so liberally around my very ill-informed concept that might shift. It might depend, but again, I find myself not being authentic and genuine to myself, which is the concept of the Earth being round versus flat. NASA, everything now, you know, because you understand what I'm saying. Sometimes you have to kind of pick a side, and I find myself these days, operating heavy equipment at work, and yet trying to ridicule everything that NASA does, and get to the point where I'm going to post videos and say that everything they send up in the sky is either Tonka or Nerf. There's equipment, research, and a secret space branch of the military. I'm just going to be careful of what I talk smack about there. Just be really honest, because I don't know. That being said, just the concept of okay, start with the scientists. It's America. And back to my slightly confused, distracted attempts at mentioning how ridiculous it is that the media of the West would try to present everything in the West as superior to China or Russia, and Russia or China or both. And then to suggest that anything that bad that ever happens in America, like the drones. Remember, right around Christmas time in December of 2024. And thousands of drones descended upon the United States, New Jersey in particular, but all over the country. And China is supposed to be the culprit. Maybe Russia. That's so stupid. I wonder if China and Russia do that about America. That's so stupid. Again, back to ethnocentrism or country versus country. When the elite folks are all in this together. Just look at Microsoft. They have, I believe, 30 office hubs in China. It's all interconnected, folks. Video games, cell phones, technology, laptops, printers. It's all interconnected. But if they can keep the people divided, then that will equal more video game sales of, again, things that have, snipers and stuff that boys like to play in video games, which is weapons. Since time immemorial, boys have always wanted a bow and arrow and a spear and a little toy horsey, and now they want, high-powered night vision scopes in video games. Makes them feel like men. Little liberal sissy bitches. Then they get around a real man, son, who actually knows how to hunt and fish, and get scared if he has a fucking slingshot in his fucking pocket. What do you think the ontology of power is in the world? Do you think it's visible or invisible? How is control designed, in your opinion? It's a great question. I think now it's a combination. Because if it's invisible, which the root of it is, if not black liquid goo. I don't know, it's just, sorry, I read too many comic books. But if it is invisible, then it's become very visible because it has to wear on money. And, actually, though, I digress. Because the real power of this world, shit, nobody ever sees them. Nobody. They don't show up at galas or red carpets. They're not CEOs, stockholders. They're not generals. I mean, those are the public faces of power, but the real power, I can say this because I've seen this in the astral plane. I can, and I can see it now. You would think that the top of the top of the top of the wealthiest and rich are all in just the most resplendent of silk and finery and jewels, and they are. But they all got places underneath their cribs or up on top with what is really in their hearts. A depravity and a lack of real humanity, a void of anything good or godly, humane or human. All of them. They have a fetish for a grief and a loss. And I'm not sure if they're wrapped up in it yet, but they have to feed it. And it costs them everything. That's why I've been, over the last couple of days, last couple of weeks when I have gone live, I emphasize evil voices in your mind that try to tell you that you're not enough or that you were too much. Or everybody's made mistakes, but you are not as bad as you think you are, and you're better than most. And most importantly, you've got right now. And if all you cared about was clocking in and clocking out and getting by with your day and having fun on the weekend and 9 to 5 and paying your bills, but you're not. I mean, are you all, like mythical figures out of fantasy and fairy tale? Well, almost, to me. Because I've hung out with some of you on lakes, at Serpent Mound, in mountains, at ancient springs. I've seen the skies with some of you all that would take anybody's breath away. We both underneath the same sky, multiples of you. And there's millions of us. More growing every day. Like people who actually do put TikTok or YouTube or Facebook or just document it and don't tell anybody. We are Skywatchers. It's a unique breed, and we're ahead of our time. You just wait until the sky starts to peel open like a grapefruit. You wait. Think of the time they're expending all the resources and all the money. Now, I'm glad I remember to say it. It isn't just the chem trails from horizon to horizon, big fat things, 2 of them. Now there's the big corkscrew one. There's new footage of just a big either orb or a flat disc. So there are drones that put out the biggest, fattest, dankest, big Peter Tosh spliff in the sky looking ass, big fucking tic-tac-toe sky spray across. Ugh. And they do it with impunity now. And again, for your normal dumbass, not that we can call normal people who choose not to see or can't see or don't want to see whatever, can't speak poorly about your average man, woman, and child in this world who just don't want to see it. The fact that it's a corkscrew, one. So that means that it is not the fuselage of a twin engine, twin double wing, any kind of a airplane in the contemporary logical sense of the word or term or phrase. It's something that spirals. This used to be rare 10 years ago. That was indicative of actually like meteors. It was some weird kind of puffy, but it wasn't a spiral. It was just that it was hitting the atmosphere badass enough to where it made little donuts behind it. That was some wicked shit. This is different. These are spirals, which means that it's some kind of Terran technology that masks the contrail look, the trajectory look to where your average person doesn't care. What's your thoughts on the red shield of the history of the sacrificial system of the destroyers? Yeah, man, you don't really see the real power of this world. I mean, I don't want to make it so obvious how much I love movies, but Underworld, boy. The second one, Kate Blanchett, I think her name is. She's a British actress. She was great. She's like one of the few people in Hollywood who can actually shoot blanks, like shoot guns, and not have to wear glasses, and she don't blink. That's badass, boy. but the second Underworld that she was in, where there's two vampires, and two of them are asleep, and one of them's three vampires, and two of them's asleep, and one of them's awake. There are parasitic creatures, folks. I don't know where, who. Another movie that points kind of clearly at them is Time Machine. I remember seeing that when it first came out. I think we saw it in the theater. And why that movie took a whole twist to focusing specifically on the underworld smart leader bad guy, the antagonist of the movie. It was masterful. That was a masterfully done movie, by the way. And he's harvesting humans. Why so specific? Why having to do with the timeline? And I guess that's a good way to get a grip of my timeline, dig it, to keep making sense and keeping some continuity to this video tonight. Because it is part of why so many people are curious. Wisely so. To their credit, can we be curious and not look foolish in that all these scientists, and I mean some of the top American minds in science, coming up missing or going missing, you get it, go fuck yourself, algorithm. Are they gaslighting the world? Are they going dark? I feel so cool when I say that. I just borrowed that from some other channel or one of y'all's comments. Have they been selectively either kidnapped, scientists napped, and was there a doppelganger, or were their deaths faked? Probably shouldn't say that either, but I mean, these are some real profound, strange questions they have to be asking about these people. And and that makes it not so much it's not so interesting. We're all gonna obviously learn a little bit more. I'm trying not to find out too much because I just love to watch Amy. That girl was incredible. The way that she was getting her straight up grub on, which is total proof. Any psychologist in the world, any forensic psychologist would say that the clearest, the world's clearest indicator that somebody is not want to off end it all ish is what? That they want to go fishing more? That they want to procreate more? No. The most this person is healthy sign on the planet, aside from they get plenty of regular sleep, is eating. Nay, I would say even more on a Dixie chick kind of tip is having a good beer and eating. That is the sign of a healthy appetite. You know, and somebody with a healthy ass appetite who can Skype their ass off, not miss a beat, and understand that they sound so crazy that they don't even want to talk to normal people. They don't, or at least have intimate relationships with them. Uh, well, welcome to the new fucking norm. Kind of sounds like 9 people that I'm developing a decent, healthy relationship with. People who understand sometimes that, a regular biannual visit to the psych ward might be good for the psyche. What's your thoughts on the Red Shield and history of the sacrificial system and the destroyers? It's not a topic that I would venture to talk more about than I would the island. There's certain things that seem to be funnels for discussion these days. When it comes to platforms and forums of openness and the interesting thought process of your average person who does look up physically, literally, and metaphorically and proverbially. When it comes to that topic in particular, so as to take the heat off of oneself individually, so as to, prove that we try not to dwell too often on topics like that. It's been around since the beginning of mankind. It's even scriptural. And that is in the more temperate, Western Judeo-Christian version of history all over the world. That topic right there generally is a taboo and a darkness and a fear that that we avoid, don't we? Especially little channels like mine. I dare not breathe on such a thing. I mean, suffice to say, as regrettable as it is, that this world is strangely enough, it's coming to light. This world is built off of the dust of the ground up bones of the innocent, of nature, of the young, of the defenseless, of the old. It's why a few channels, I don't know, they're a bit more long-winded about it, and they show diagrams and go into scripture. Me, I just say that for a couple of years now, for the 10 years I've been doing this, I've had a sense that something bends space and time, that somehow this planet, something has done something to the magnetic field, to the poles. I'm not sure, to the gravity well that is created by by just the size and mass of the Earth. But I've had a distinct feeling through time sickness, like emotion sickness, but more of a time sickness, just through a keen sense of being turned, feeling like I've been turned in, like my stomach has been turned inside out, and just this, and then sneezing 3 times and having this sense of reality warping and kind of tilting sideways and having to balance myself, feelings of just being discorporate for a few seconds, like in Willy Wonka, getting transferred somewhere and then having to be put back together atom by atom. I feel like we're being hidden by what I call the kingdom. And that's just a feeling that I have. I think it's a big part of, if I could sum up in large what I'm saying, I think it's kind of like the movie Three Body Problem. I think something is going on in our region of the cosmos, where the powers that be know that something is about to come into contact with us and is doing everything they can to stop it, but it's inevitable. They can't. The reason why I think the world feels so weird is because of something like the Mandela effect. I think that we're on the event horizon being created by an artificial manipulation of the space-time continuum. I know it sounds fanciful, but it could be. I think that something spotted us in space, in time. And I think that the powers that be on this world, the aforementioned ones who I don't think ever get seen, nobody knows who they are. I think they're all sitting around like this, like it's still finding us. What is it? I don't know, but it looks like a kingdom, full of water and healing. I don't know. I just, it's in my heart. Back to my notes, because what's in my heart is one thing, and what's, on the front page is an entirely different one. And I didn't practice or try to tie in the notes of all of this, but what are people like Tim Burchett? And what was Amy Eskridge? What are these people talking about? They're starting to talk about the possibility of ultra-dimensional beings being in contact with us. And people all over the world are videotaping it and beginning to document it, tell their stories and write books. It's in pop culture. And it's been bubbling under the mainstream for decades. So this is a really exciting time to be alive. What's your thoughts on the governing system of flesh? 666 versus the soul versus the spirit. 888 versus wisdom. 999. Huh, that's a good question. He told me he'd help me out with it, though. Well, I think that we live in a world. Well, I've been live for 4 hours. It feels like 5 minutes. I love that. I love that I can close with this. We live in a world that teaches it all backwards. It teaches every level of that system right there, but it starts with the flesh, when that should be last. And it should start with wisdom, because I saw in some form of media yesterday, it was reality of what I've thought for years. The fact that kids are starting every day having to go into brick buildings at sunrise and learn, about the analytical, about the mathematical, about the iron, about the financial, about numbers, when kids really should be learning from the natural sort of ley line energy of the earth, learning about nature, learning about the trees, especially since there may not be much of that around for long anyhow. But even aside from that, kids should be learning from the grains of sand and from the ground up dirt and from nature from a young age, and then should be taught, let's say, more of history and the soul, let's say, and then to the flesh. But it's done completely the other way around. As soon as kids are out of kindergarten and first, second grade, it's arithmetic, the stringent, binary number system of the calculation of this world. By the time they're in fifth grade, they're already beginning to distinguish themselves from each other and trying to focus on class, because over half of them have ADD or emotional issues, whether from private school to public school. Psychologists are learning that the worst thing for so many young kids is to be crammed in a room full of other kids, forced to focus on something when they may be very much more of a hands-on learner, or they may have ADD, or be super OCD and be quite intelligent, quite capable, just might need a rubber band to play with and sit next to a window, versus just constantly learning how to do what everybody else is robotically doing. It's incredible. The system is completely backwards. But it's okay. A lot of us are going to pay for that generation gap that we're experiencing. The scientists, I just got to kind of wrap it up on that. These people have to rub this kind of stuff in our faces, don't they? They did it with all of our leaders, in the 60s and 70s. We can't have nothing nice. You can't have a nice leader get up and just do it the right way. You can't have that, can you? It's not just scientists either. It's doctors, other people with revolutionary ideas. But these scientists in particular, because what kind of a warning does it send to other scientists? I've heard rumors now that America, it's been such a culling, a thinning of the herd of the minds of science, these particular people, that now possibly the pool, literally the genetic pool of science has gone down, in America. That's really frightening to think. What kind of information are these folks about to come out with? As I mentioned, I'd like to keep it interesting for myself and not just ask stupid, redundant questions that everybody else is asking. rather uh like like I'm really wondering how bold, I don't even want to say it, the clandestine lettered agencies are, or the power hungry, let's say military industrial complex. I mean, are they this bold now, considering that we're, you know 20 plus years after Lower Manhattan? We're 6 years into post 2020, if you know what I mean. I myself, considering the crime rate, eh, I myself am glad that there is the deterrent of the fact that there is a camera. It feels like every 12 feet everywhere now. And I'm relieved that there's, the triangulation thing of whenever anybody fires up a firearm in neighborhoods, they can find out where that comes from. I saw that back in the hood a couple of years ago. So a real blending of kind of a network setup where there are individuals or institutions that have eyes and ears everywhere. And no wonder they can operate as fucking ghosts, because they know every step of every inch of where they're going. Because everywhere you go now, there's surveillance in parking garages, grocery stores, corner stores, shoe stores, doorbells. They're able to hack into people's doorbells and surveillance after they've learned exactly every step and every inch and every foot. So it's almost a catch 22 to have so much surveillance that who's it working for? Because you study the right street corner the right way and get a hold of cameras, wiring, and you can ghost anything you want to. I mean, let's just say it. We're in the decade of ghosting the footage, because look at where the fuck Epstein went. I mean, I'll start getting mad when I really start talking about this kind of stuff. Look at that footage. Missing footage ass having 4 hours. He get his own room finally. Michelle Ruse. French toast is pretty good. Damn Skippy it is. I'm Michelle. I mean, I just don't know. I'll say this and then I'll shut up. I feel like it's a plateau. It's a crescendo, a brand new level of high, of not really believing it. 12 people. I think the list is increasing now as we go, who will never have the truth about, will seem rude or macabre or twisted if we try to find out. Media now is full of so much AI and false information that, again, it feels, rather twisted. I'm glad I started the video and ending it with being able to admit that anything from trying to videotape this guy to being slightly hesitant to do research because of the overkill of all of it, and the fear, honestly, of finding out that some of the answers might be real. I mean, Amy, what's her name? Amy Askridge. She, I mean, she was saying it like, and talking to a friend, and I still don't know about that dude, Steve. that was a very strange interaction and dialogue between her, that dude that wasn't talking but was talking and just seemed to be way watching and recording her, and then another person that was involved in their conversation. It seemed as if the poor thing was being set up, as she's just innocently talking. I mean, I'm telling you what, man, scientists and super smart people, you can tell that they're just like everybody else. They're lonely and they want friends. Maybe they even crave that more than more than we might think. Um, I shudder to think what she, would she have wanted that footage out of her crushing a couple of beers and just mauling down on some food? I mean, I've seen polar bears with more table manners. That was fucking awesome. I'm in love. She was getting down. She was just nom 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 nom, boy, and fucking nailing her a couple of beers, talking about sex. She was having a, but she was scared too. Though she spoke a couple times and turned white as a sheet. Fucking, she was talking about rubbing nuts with fucking 12-star generals and CEOs. Hi, Uncle Baron. Why the long face? I saw a picture of your mom. Just kind of floored me for a second. That's all. Sorry. William Camp, what's up? I mean, I'll probably go live tomorrow. I just feel it. I want to talk about Ohio data centers because, you look on the rap sheet of data centers, and Ohio is getting nailed harder than anywhere. I have a love-hate relationship with this here state and that river and the sky here, how much they nail it. But I know that I'm not alone in my endeavors I aspire to be the greatest sky watching nibtard on the face of the earth. And I refuse to get a nice camera because the nicer the camera is, the worse the footage is. We were talking about the fake ass sky a minute ago, a few of us, and it's just so fake. The better the technology you got, the worse it's going to be, more glare and bullshit. you know, um, Data centers, quantum entanglement, and superposition. Be careful because you're probably in superposition with the people around you that you love, hopefully still. you know, uh, be careful thinking too much about your local neighborhood bank robber. 'Cause next thing you know, you fucking wake up and there's a ski mask lying next to you that you accidentally got off of Temu. You don't fucking know. Be careful what you think about, folks. Don't be too obsessive compulsive about not their shit. Well, I mean, except that they're Jesus. You can go ahead and kind of, you know, you can get quantum entanglement with the Holy Spirit. You can do right on around with angels and anything else, loving and kind of peaceful. But you get what I'm saying now. Everything else, just batten down the fucking hatches, man. You got jellyfish space tails and rocket fueled knocked to loose in fucking clouds. You got crespulent rays popping off the quantum grid. You got P-57s and P-42 ultra dimensional fucking beings popping out of the woodwork. You got to be careful, folks. Blink and find yourself in a fucking interdimensional movie sitting there next to Matthew Broderick or whoever the fuck that was. yeah, yeah, that there guy. Um, you got Barack over here reading a book about aliens killing all the scientists. So just you got M370 flying around over South China Sea for 2 hours, heading to Kuala Lumpur, heading to Beijing from Kuala Lumpur. And the Monopoly man running around without his fucking monocle. It's getting spooky out here, folks. But Einstein called it all them years ago anyhow. What'd he say? Y'all fuck around with quantum physics. Spooky things seen at a distance. Fuck around and find out. So, hey, it's a special kind of love from you, from the captain. It's a mixture of being tickled and having your tooth pulled at the same time. Think about that. You got me stuck.